Sup everyone, welcome. Welcome to the live stream. We had
Yo,
some technical difficulties. The intro ran a couple of extra minutes.
yeah, we're working now. Okay, good.
All right,
Nice.
and we also, we have the time shift in the time zones in Europe going into winter time. So most of the hosts here we are in Europe, so we're aligning with the winter time in Europe. So we also did start a live stream. And it's typical Monday edition, right? We did start the live stream an hour ago as well, and so now we're starting this.
Reset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a typical, Monday morning edition of the 5ers live trading room. Hope you guys are doing good.
And yes, Henry, dude, the aircon. Bro, what has been this weather? Henry or no? Storm yesterday, the winds, the hail, everything going on, lightning, thunder. Then today, it's bone dry hot. There's fires going on everywhere. What is happening? It's ridiculous.
It's obviously weather's being engineered.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, it's the harp.
Like
The
literally,
harp.
it was storming down, so much rain. Somehow today it's been hot enough that has completely dried up.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
and now we've got fires going on.
Wow. Yeah, I
It's
saw
ridiculous.
that the temperatures are insane in Australia right now, and there's
Yeah,
a lot of fires as well. So that sucks.
yeah,
Um,
ridiculous. And also the with the time zone things here, Jonatan. So Queensland is the only state in Australia that doesn't have daylight savings. So it's really
wow.
awkward for us, and because the rest of Australia started before Europe, right? And they switch over, and then Europe does, and so, dude, it's the
So
most
you,
confusing time of year over here. Yeah, because I got
yeah.
to line up Australia, then Europe, and then us, and then yeah, absolute pain.
It would be best just to, um, the thing is, it's the same confusion every single year. I feel like this year was the first year where I've understood what's actually going on. So yeah, like the first year in like 35 years where I actually figured out that all right, it's really not that difficult. These are the guys that goes into this zone and that zone, and what we have to do is just we stick with the live stream in R. But then you have India, which is they do not shift. Then we have
No.
Richard Butler in South Africa. They don't shift. So it's like, and then we look at, we have a lot of Indian traders. A big part of our audience comes from India. So should we, adjust for the Indian audience? Yeah, it's a lot of, yeah, it is what it is. But we
Yeah,
are here. And
we're here now. So
I had a bet with my fiance. I said there's going to be snow before November. And it's 10 degrees outside. It's actually fairly warm considering the time of the year. When I was a kid, we used to have snow around this time. I remember, I
yeah,
remember, yeah, I remember going into November. That was a lot of years in November. We had a lot of snow, a lot of snow.
we got snow here not that long ago,
Yeah, I saw that. That was crazy.
right?
Yeah, I did see that.
And now we've got the storms and this other stuff, and then fires.
Yeah,
It's like, what's
crazy.
going on? God. But
Right.
yeah,
So
Rich, I will just say, yeah, this dude. So I had my anniversary with my partner
nice.
this past week, and she got me this tea, and a bunch of cute little, photo things of us. I love that one
Oh
over here.
wow.
The the cigarette in my mouth at the rave. But yeah,
Nice.
so that's my partner, and that's me going like, "What are you talking about?" So anyway, but yeah, I
Dude,
got the Warcraft tea. Good old
man, that's
classic. So
dude, I remember
There'll be some people here that appreciate that, so it's worth it.
I did actually play Warcraft 3 a couple of years ago. Kind of went through it. Man, it's a good game. It's still like it's especially after you play World of Warcraft, you go into like Warcraft. Like that's pretty cool. Yeah,
Yeah, well, it sets up the whole story and everything. You know, it's
yeah, it's
great.
really
So,
it's
yeah,
pretty
love it.
awesome. All right, another game to discuss is the
We
game.
can swap, Pulley. We can swap. I'm sure Henry will be happy to swap with you as well. We'll take the freezing, or at least I
I think
will. I'll
yeah,
take that back.
Australia would
Please bring
probably
it,
love.
bring it over here.
So
Please do.
what are we looking at today? I haven't. You know what? I actually forgot. Dirk is on vacation today, so I didn't really plan on coming on. But then I was just about to send a message to Dirk, say, "Oh, it's you and LJ today," and then I saw that he just wrote that he's on vacation, so I had to quickly delete that message. Hopefully,
Right.
I'm not disturbing him on his vacation. So usually, when I come on these Monday live streams, I tend to have a somewhat of a plan. Today, I do not have a plan. But I just pulled up TradingView. I looked at NASDAQ, major gap up on
Yeah.
NASDAQ, major gap up on the S&P 500. So I believe what's happening right here is the gap must be caused by something that happened over the
Yeah.
weekend. And I assumed did the CPI numbers come out after the market close? No, it didn't, right?
No, so it wasn't that. So I was going to say, yeah, that means Dirk's missing our good old macro Mondays that we've started right now. The
Exactly.
major thing over the weekend was basically that Trump and Xi Jinping, so America and China, finally sort of came together with some kind of what seems more legitimate as far as a path forward to some kind of I mean, I don't want to call it a trade truce because there'll be more bumps ahead, but trade realignment. Let's put it that way, right? So we've seen Aussie dollar this morning gap up. You've seen stocks take that very positively. So all risk on assets up very nicely. So, wait, can we go to mine? Where's mine? Here we are. I'll show you guys.
While you take a look at that, I'm gonna switch. I'm on my laptop right now. As you can see, I look like I haven't slept in years. I need to go down to the office where I have all the beauty filters.
Where is that? Where is that in your house? Has you got
This
a
is in
nice?
my
You got some nice rafters up
this
there.
is my living room right here. As you can see. Now you can't see anything, but this is you see the background here. That's my kitchen. Is it my kitchen? Yeah, that's my kitchen.
Oh yeah.
And then here I got the outside, whatever. I will switch to the office, and I will be back in just a little bit.
Yeah, it's all good. Easy. Bad, ugly weather. 10 degrees in the north of the Netherlands, bro. Look, I'll swap you the 10 degrees right now. Honestly, Cyprus 26. Rich is saying 24. Overcast, bit of drizzle every few hours. Slight breeze. That's good. That's perfect. That's what you want. I feel like one of the things that most people don't mention is humidity, which in Australia, like that's the big killer, right? Because you always get you get like 35, 38, 39 degrees, but it's that with like 80% humidity, and then you die, right? You know, that's terrible. So dry heat is fine. Humidity, terrible. So Jonatan is in Sweden. Sweden. So yeah, different time zone over there. But what I was saying with you guys before, so the news of the weekend is basically the China US sort of relative trade truce for now, or at least trade progression to something healthy, some kind of even calling it agreement. I don't like calling these things like a truce or agreement or whatever because it's going to pick up again. but we have a greater understanding than we did before, and it seems like more of a actually fruitful understanding from both the Trump camp and respectfully the Chinese camp. Right, so we've seen a big pop up in things like the Aussie dollar, massive gap higher, of course. Australia, one of China is our biggest trading partner. They buy all our minerals, all that kind of thing. I've talked to you guys about this before. Should know this by now. So yeah, obviously Australia, numero uno, is the proxy China trade for everything. So both from the China aspect plus the Australian aspect right there. And then basically presents a risk-on environment for stocks as well. So you've seen NASDAQ, S&P, US 30, each of them gap higher today as well. Because this has been actual legitimate path forward to that kind of betterment in trade, rather than the back and forth taco type stuff that we've had. This actually had some grit to it, put it that way. So, morning Infinity. How we doing, mate? How you going? 67%, Rich. Yeah, that's not too good. That's still pretty. But you got rain as well, so with that consideration, maybe that's not too bad. That humidity without rain is a bit rough. Oh, that sounds nice.
Right. So I actually missed the whole what you said here, but I have of course been updating myself on the markets throughout the weekend, and I assume what we talked about was the China U.S. Trade negotiations are kind of
Yep.
they're calming down. There's not a lot of back and forth, and there's not a lot of the tones are not as aggressive. And this is
It was
yeah,
actual
this is
progression for
sorry.
once. Versus, it was actual progression for once, rather than just tit for tat, game theory, trade war esque rhetoric. It was more fruitful.
But we know we knew that this was going to happen, right? With absolute,
Yeah,
not with
it's
absolute
inevitable
certainty,
eventually
but
because
yeah, I mean, we're talking about a probability above 75, 80% probability that we're gonna, the situation we're gonna calm down. I mean, if we're looking at, so what would happen if there were going to be a 100% extra tariff on China? Well, we would go into a recession. So what's the chance of the U.S. going into recession right now? I'd say that is. Uh, I wouldn't say very low, because looking at the risks that we actually do have, there's always a risk, and that risk is, I would say, it's not zero, it's not very low, but it's definitely low. And then you look at there are a lot of different risks to the markets right now. I would say one of the biggest ones are is not the tariffs. The tariffs and the trade tension is not the biggest risk to the markets right now. But look at the AI being a bubble is a bigger
yeah,
risk
way
actually than
more,
the tariffs.
way more.
Yeah, way bigger. And Powell's a risk. The Fed is a risk. If from what I've read and from what I've seen, if they are going to try to really keep inflation as low as possible, close to 2%, that could really hurt the economy, hurt the job market. So
Yeah,
um, I think Powell and AI is the biggest threat to the economy right now. The tariffs, that's just a game. It's just a game. It's just a game of politics, and
yeah, and
it's not.
prices readjust. They're a fixed rate. It just readjusts. It's like having your trading or your Netflix or something. It goes up from like $9.99 to like $13.99.
Yeah, well,
Netflix
that
still
sucks. I
exists.
mean,
Yeah, it
seriously,
sucks, but
the
you get like three people dipping for a while, but then it just comes back, right? It's the same as the US economy. It's
yeah, but dude, I this weekend on Friday, so every Friday I watch a movie with the kids, and we will going through all the streaming services that we have. So I got Viaplay, I got Netflix, I got Disney, I got HBO, I got Prime, I got inside Prime, I have like this Fox video, whatever, right? So I'm paying like all of these streaming services, right? So we're probably talking about $60 to $75 a month for all of the. So
Yeah.
say more money than what cable used to cost back in the day. So you had everything in there, right? So I pay all of these streaming services, and we go through everything, every single one of them. I'm like, we can't
There's
find
nothing
anything.
there.
There's nothing
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
There's
Dude,
just
all I have right now is I have Prime. Prime's also good because it's one of the cheapest. You get a
yeah.
lot and you get the
And
other
you, and you,
benefits
and
as
you can
well.
order
Right?
free,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So it has like a double benefit. The other one I have is Stan. I don't know if that's Australia only thing.
Yeah, never heard
Might be
who.
called something else elsewhere. But it's got a lot of like HBO type shows
Right,
in here,
yeah.
and like House of the Dragon and uh, whatever stuff. So whatever your equivalent, it's probably called something else. But yeah, those are the only two I have because that exact reason. All the rest, it's dead. There's a content drought. Like they just punch
Yeah.
out trash. So
If you
it's terrible.
if you have kids and you want to watch something where it's like appropriate for someone around like 10 or younger, that's just it's nothing there. Not even on Disney, like not even
Hmm.
on Disney, which is supposed to be the streaming service for like of course everyone, but Disney, you associate Disney with kids, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like you and there's
This,
just nothing there.
this might be a random side thing, but this is something that I've been thinking about as a tangential. What if, because of AI and generative AI and with video creation, that some of these streaming platforms almost turn into YouTube, but allowing people to make their own shows and upload it, and you get revenue and everything. Just like YouTube, like you get paid for whatever. This is just a random thing, like because I mean they're going to do it themselves with their own studios, but there's going to be a lot of very intelligent, smart people that can, are good storytellers, that kind of stuff, put this kind of thing together, and now either that right now it's going to go straight to YouTube, and they can make money from that. My question is, does Netflix have to try and now compete with YouTube, and that's the primary competitor, and hence all streaming platforms, or else they die?
Yeah, I think it's definitely it's first going to happen with animated kids shows, right? So you're probably going to see
Yeah,
like
'cause that's easy.
there's I mean you're going to have Pixar. Pixar back in the day were legends because they made they made Toy Story look
Oh,
like,
great, dude.
yeah. And then you look at
That's
like things
Steve
like,
Jobs. That's Steve Jobs. You know,
yeah,
like
dude,
oh,
like,
what a man.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pixar back in the day, I think that's like the peak of animation. Just like you look at the old Transformers, that's the peak of CGI, right? And
Yeah.
and and yeah, and now,
100%.
yeah, and now what you see is like animation today is just it doesn't have the same feeling, you know what I mean? Like, but
Mm.
we're going to see AI just take over that part because there's no need for that type of animation anymore, especially not if you look at like kid shows, because 99% of the shows out there is just insane, right? And then you can just
Mm.
have AI do all of that. It's just low quality, low budget, and it's all about bright colors and all of that to create maximum engagement and attention from the kids, right? So I think
You
that
love that,
is.
don't you, Johnson?
Sorry, what?
You love that, don't you?
The bright
Isn't that
colors.
your weekly watch? Yeah, like you know.
Oh man, man, I give my kid the remote and it's like, yeah, go on Netflix, do whatever, right? And he always like, all I hear is his screaming and his intensity at max, whatever he's watching. But I think
You
yeah,
just got to
AI is
reset the color gradient for them to like red and green, right? So they're watching these kid shows, and then once they're
I should
developed
just get
enough,
him a DVD
they can
player
come
with
to the
like
charts
all
and
the
they'll see
old
red and
Pixar.
green, and that's it. That'll be
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm sorry.
No, but you're
Yeah.
definitely onto something there. I feel like, but
Yeah, so
I
the side part with that is the other guys. The other thing with this week for any of you guys trading indices, obviously we've got the majors reporting earnings. So 5 out of the 7 magnificent, whatever you want to call them now, are all reporting. And given we've had all these talks about AI and it being like a circular thing where they're all just paying each other, and it's kind of getting a bit weird. There's other considerations like that for some of the things like Netflix, etc. That if you guys might have outside of like trading FX or day trading stuff, if you have long-term portfolios, maybe a consideration to start thinking about some of these ideas that plays like Netflix, which currently are being seen as they've got it, they've done it, and they will keep doing it, might actually be in trouble to a degree, right?
yeah.
And so it's just a consideration point, and to try and figure out where the other players are that might actually be able to do that better, right? So, yeah. That was
I
just
think
a
also
side tangential, interesting idea that I wanted to bring up for people.
it makes a lot of sense, and I like that. And I think also one thing we want to think about is there's a lot of money pouring into AI. We saw OpenAI do something that I think surprised a lot of people a couple of weeks ago. They invested quite heavily in AMD, and AMD is the direct competitor to NVIDIA. It's like they have this, there's this holy war between graphic cards, right? Are you
They're
with
brother
the
and sister, though, right?
yeah,
Like they're
that's the
literally
thing.
cousins, which
It's
is the
so
crazy
so
thing, right?
we've talked about the AI circular deals, and
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, well,
They're literally cousins. Yeah.
they're in the same family. They're sister and brother, like their biggest
Oh,
competitor, and it's like, oh yes, oh have you heard about my sister? She also has the company. Maybe she threw a couple of billions in there. But what I'm saying is, AMD is going to, it's like, you have in your city or your town, you see that they're building a McDonald's, right? They're building a McDonald's, and then all of a sudden there's a Burger King popping up next to McDonald's, and then you had KFC, and you're like, why do they build like the same thing for the same customers in the same place? Surely that is a terrible idea. But there's this idea of where it rains, it also pours, or it trickles down on the next neighbor to where it pours. Basically, that's a bad way to phrase it. But basically, what I'm thinking is we're going to see the same thing happening in AI, just like with gold. We have gold being big because of the debasement trade and the geopolitical risks. If even a percent of or less than a percent of the capital flowing into gold will go into Bitcoin because of the same reasons, Bitcoin will rally. Okay, and I think that's what we're also going to see. We have a risk on scenario and a risk to currencies, which is going to fuel gold and Bitcoin, and especially Bitcoin gives a really stable foundation for that. Same thing I think is going to happen with companies investing in the data centers and companies like AMD. Everyone's betting on Nvidia, but if you bet on AMD, the upside potential is potentially bigger. And then you have all of these companies because there's going to be there's so much more. The thing is, the money
I
that
think
has
one of
been.
the things I was just going to.
Well, I
I'll
just
let
want to
you
say
go.
this.
You go.
Yeah,
Yeah, you go
yeah,
first. Yeah, yeah.
just this one small thing before you go, or before you, whatever. The money that has been invested in AI this year is more than half of the GDP of the country I live in. Think about that. The investment this
Oh,
year in AI in the
insane.
US is more than half of all the money that has been produced and what my country is worth. And it's not a. I mean, Sweden is a small country, but it's not. It's not a tiny country. I mean, it's not a tiny country. Maybe it is. I don't know. But it's just crazy to think about it. So all of that money this year, it's going to become bigger next year and possibly even bigger the year after. Where is all of that money going to go to? They're not going to go into the same 10 companies that we have today, but because there is a cap. And when there's so much money being spent, and they don't have this money. Like OpenAI will not go with a profit until after 2030. Okay, so they don't even have the money. They're just coming up with these elaborate techniques of how to fund everything, and it's like, where does the money come from? Like nobody really understands. It's just money taken from Nvidia to OpenAI to AMD to Microsoft, invest in data centers. It's like, but wait, it's the same money, isn't it? And it's so much money, and then eventually you'll have to invite other companies into that circle, because otherwise it's just going to collapse. It's just going to collapse. So I don't
know.
You don't think it's going to collapse?
So, have you watched Silicon Valley?
No,
Johnson.
I haven't.
Hang on, let me see if I can bring up this clip.
You're gonna look up a clip. I think you have to activate the sound. Get it muted. No, I mean you got.
Let me try again. Yeah, I'll try again. Wait. But that's a clip. So either way, I'll try and find it after. Now I've got stuff playing in the background. I just closed it.
Yeah, well, I don't hear anything.
And it stopped? Yeah, it's playing in my ears though. Dude, I just closed it. Why is it still playing? This is really annoying because now I can't hear myself. It's on full volume. This is. Hang on. Dude, wait, I'm gonna try to reset because this is actually bad. It's full blare in my ears.
Okay. Yeah. Do whatever you have to do. All right, guys. Welcome to the 5ers Lab Trading Room, where we talk macro, and we are super professional. We do not even know how to use our own technology, but we're advising you right now how to make money following the technological trends in the markets right now. If anyone knows how to, if anyone knows how to. Let me open up. Oh, look at that beautiful face. Look at that suit. Look at that beautiful face. My God, have you seen anything or anyone looking as good as that beautiful man? Not in real life, because that is definitely not AI. It's not AI, obviously. So, guys, what are we thinking today? Are we thinking that about the gold? Are we really thinking about gold continuing higher, or have we seen a top? I want to know your thoughts on gold here. And while I wait for your comments in the comment section here, let me help you with a bias. Let me help you to figure out if you should go long or short on gold. Let me make it easy for you. Okay. Shouldn't be more difficult than this, right? Shouldn't be more difficult than this. This is my current views on gold for the next couple of months. And now let me know what your views are. Pip Skylark P3G. Why is it doing this? Why is AV Max doing this with our with the names of our beautiful views here at 5,000, at least 4,500? Yeah, I think so. Long term, and when we're talking about long term here for gold, we're talking about for the next medium term horizon, 6 months. If I talk about long term horizons, I'm talking 6 to 12 longer. I can hear myself.
I'm alive.
Why am I hearing an echo?
I don't know.
Testing.
That was bleeding my ears out, dude. Sorry, guys. I do have a point to that because it's going to be relevant for the next, both for the next couple of years, 5 and then 10 years. We're both, indices, and then correspondingly the dollar. Okay, Johnson's gone. All right, we're going to my screen. This is incredible. All right, I'll show you guys. I'll wait for Johnson to come. Why is Johnson's face here? There we go. I'll show you guys that after once Johnson's back, because I want to get. He hasn't seen it, so I want to wait for him to see it. Welcome. Then.
Thanks. I can still hear myself.
No, you can.
Is this? Yeah. So the
How?
my sound is. So whatever I say, it comes out through my. It's obviously an echo.
Okay, wait. It might be something weird with EV marks, because I turned this on to hear the
yes,
and then it might be coming through that in the background. You know how we can hear background people. That video, it might be something like that. All right, so we'll get through this, and then I'll disable it, and we'll see if that fixes it. So
so everyone's hearing it.
Our hosting fees could become... Richard, one potential issue. Our hosting fees could become a challenge as we scale.
Right. But we can offset a lot of that once we get a few customers and start a subscription revenue model.
What? Revenue? No revenue. I'll call you back. What? Why would you go after revenue?
Because to make money?
No. If you show revenue, people will ask how much, and it will never be enough. The company that was the 100Xer, the 1000Xer becomes the 2X dog. But if you have no revenue, you can say you're pre-revenue. You're a potential pure play. It's not about how much you earn. It's about what you're worth. And who's worth the most? Companies that lose money. Pinterest, Snapchat, no revenue. Amazon has lost money every fucking quarter for the last 20 fucking years, and that Bezos motherfucker is the king.
The king.
There's no revenue. No one wants to see revenue. Go.
I just thought that mainly the goal of companies is to make money.
Yeah, no. That's not how it works. I don't want to make a little bit of money every day. I want to make a fuck ton of money all at once. ROI. ROI. You know what that stands for?
Return on investment.
Nope. Radio on internet.
There you go.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one. All right, I'll stop sharing and see if that fixes it right now.
Can you guys hear me? No. Okay, that works. That worked good. Oh, there we go. That's a beautiful man again. Where is my screen?
There we go. Yeah,
Wow.
no. So that's the thing. So it's like a Amazon type play where you keep going and keep running that right to whenever you can, and people do have the belief that eventually we get robots and we get iRobot, right? And it will come, and that's the game, and that's the problem, because in between it's just like a gamble of believing this ridiculous circular funding model. So at this rate, OpenAI should be $1 trillion next year, like early next year. Right now, with all the money that they've had of inflows is like 750 odd billion. Other big portion that people forget is like, I forget how much it is. Someone can correct me in chat, but it's like 400 or 500 billion investment just from the US government to AI, OpenAI. Right? Which is ridiculous. You know?
Yeah, it's insane. I'm trying to find a specific article that I did read on Bloomberg.
Come on, Rich. Hey, I actually haven't watched that clip in a long time, so yeah, I will apologize for that. I did not realize it was that bad, so I will say.
Ah, man, no worries.
Sincere apologies. At least it's market relevant. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's very. I mean, it's very relevant to the. I mean, we're all traders. We know how we talk when we're offline. We shouldn't be such. I mean, this is not Bloomberg, right? This is live trading. So the search function within Bloomberg is actually not very good. I'm trying to find an article where they explain the whole circular deal
They
in.
want you to sign up to the terminal, right? You got to pay that 25 grand a year. US.
Yeah, so I'm honestly very, very tempted in. I like probably once a month. I spend a lot of time on the Bloomberg terminal site, just going through everything, and then I also look at LSEG Workspace because I would assume that is much cheaper. Probably.
Well, the thing is, you can put the components together that you want, whereas Bloomberg is like you take the whole thing, and that's it. So LSEG, Reuters, that kind of thing, like they allow you to buy each individual component, so it doesn't have to be quite as expensive.
And they do have a free trial. Yeah. I might be able to get. I mean, I know that this is mostly for like institutional clients and major traders. You probably need to. You need to go through your corporation to be able to access this, but I do think that this would be the first thing I would look at the works, because I mean right now what I have right now in terms of like I'm trying to set up a research process, because if it's one thing that I've seen the major difference between technical analysis and fundamental analysis is that technical analysis is you just need the knowledge of the technical tools, and then you're good to go. All you need is a TradingView subscription and the knowledge. That's it. You don't really need to do much research in different places, because all you need is just you need TradingView, and then you need to understand which tickers are your go-to tickers to do your research on, and then look at graphs, right? Look at price charts. But when it comes to fundamental analysis, you need to have like a funnel. You need to have different sources for the materials that you're looking for. So one thing that I'm doing is I am going through Bloomberg. I look at some of the articles in Bloomberg that is in relationship to the things that I care about, and then I have a few newsletters that I'm subscribed to, which is one of the better ones. Like Bloomberg, if you don't have a subscription to Bloomberg, I would recommend, if you're interested in financial news and macro, the subscription to Bloomberg is very much worth it, because they have members-only newsletters, and then they have members-only deep dives and weekend essays and things like that they write, and they're actually like, they're really good. There's a reason why the Bloomberg terminal is the most expensive financial, platform in the world, because it also gives you the best possible analysis and the data that you can find anywhere. This is top level stuff, unless you have your own things, right? But it's really good.
I think the main point as far as revenue generation is other news outlets need to generate revenue primarily from advertisements and clicks. Right? Bloomberg does not. They have their own internal infrastructure, their own offering. So the rest is basically complementary to that. So hence they have no incentive to drive clicks or bombastic, like over-the-top type elements. Sometimes you'll get certain, people that work for the company, and they, punch out stuff like that. But as far as any outlet out there, it's your best bet. Sure.
And also, of course, when we talk about like breaking news, I do have we look at financial juice, and I have the elite plan here, so it gets updated instantly, and then you can go into the my news section here and kind of choose which of the news you want. I'm going to remove. So I'm going to remove, like, you can go in and I can remove Forbes, because I'm not really interested in the Forbes articles. I'm only really interested in what's happening, right now. So this I actually have up on, and their news calendar is great as well. And I also have this open on on one of my screens, I have this open at all times, so I can see as soon as there's anything popping up. I do have the the red right here and everything popping up. But this is not for research. This is just for when I'm actually trading and when I'm looking at the markets. I want to know if there's something happening right now. But I think one really good way, if you guys want to learn more about fundamentals, is go to YouTube and look at the Bloomberg Live. Okay, and then you take a document and you watch the Bloomberg Live, and every word that you don't understand, write it up into document. Write it up into document and give some context to that word. And then you go to ChatGPT and you ask what that word means. For example, you might hear that they're talking about the long yield, like the 10-year yield, or the bond market, or the treasury yields, or fixed income, or some things like that, and you have no idea what that actually means. Write it up, have a conversation with ChatGPT, and now you know what those words mean, and so you can understand the conversations and the analysis that they're doing on like Bloomberg Live. And then what's interesting about this is when you know what this actually means, what all of these words means, and you know in what context it matters, and how what happens if the yield curve goes up or down, and what happens if the spread between the US 10-year and the German 10-year, what does that actually mean if it goes up and down? Then you can actually start looking at the raw data. You can go to TradingView and you can look at the numbers. You can go to the Fred sites, look at the official numbers reported for inflation and things like that, and then do your own research like that. But I mean, what's difficult about this for me, technical analysis was simple because there's a lot of information out there and there's a lot of courses to teach you how all of these indicators work, but there are very few courses on macro that teaches you a framework for understanding macro, like you're building a technical system. Very difficult.
Yeah, in the past, macro used to be arguably like the only thing there was. Now it's changed. There's max plus text plus algo driven stuff.
Back
and then obviously
the
current macro, the current or traditional macro environment has changed very much since central banks have become so much involved. So it's very different to what it used to be. And so the traditional macro from like a university economist type standpoint, that doesn't apply so much. So it's still very relevant. It's just very different. And those traditional outlets haven't quite updated themselves to the current climate, put it that way. The only people that have is basically people operating real time, right? Because things like learning outfits are often very well behind where current day things are. And current day things move way too quick for them to update that rapidly. So as far as news outlets, you've got Financial Juice for real-time stuff like Jonatan is showing right now. Bloomberg, as far as more in-depth analysis for certain things, that's going to be your probably quickest real-time with relevant, proper, substantial things you can rely on, actually take seriously type news. Now, same thing, even with Bloomberg, don't take it 100% right. Because at the end of the day, all these people are commentators versus market participants, right? So there's always a degree of difference, but that's probably your best offering right there. There was just a side comment which I was going to bring up before. What was it? Hang on. Also, all right, calm down, Mike. All right. Brought that up a while ago. No, I was going to bring up this. Are we talking about the cricket? Is this what we're talking about? Yeah, because I had a mate's birthday, so I missed all sport, all F1, all everything on the weekend. So I'll have to catch up on. But if we're talking about the cricket, then yeah, no, I missed it, unfortunately.
3.3 trillion is expected to be invested in global AI by 2029. 3.3 trillion. That's an insane amount of money.
That's a number.
Yeah, and I like this as well. Bloomberg has put together like a multi-theme index with AI. So an AI-linked multi-theme index, which is basically an index of companies that is in the AI industry, and they have outperformed the Magnificent Seven, which is interesting. So there is, and then you can also, they have analysis that is
That's
talking
from
about.
Harrison, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a really good newsletter,
Yeah.
but it's for subscribers only to Bloomberg. It's called the Everything Risk. It's by Edward Harrison, released once every week. I would say that this is
Really good.
yeah, really good. Like every time I read this newsletter, I want to like write my own article. Because I get so many ideas. I'm
Yeah, I
reading
know
this,
what you
and I'm
mean.
like, oh
Yeah.
shit, there's so many ideas. I start researching directly, and I'm like,
and then you try to write it yourself, and you're
Yeah.
like, all I could write is the exact same thing that he said. Or it's the
Yeah.
same thing when I read like a book, like an actual book. I'm like, I want to write a book, and then I read the certain book. I'm like, oh, someone's already written the book that I want to read. You know, right? So
Yeah, but
what
what I like doing, like I'm currently writing an article on I'm currently writing like a big, it's kind of like, it's a big article. It's like 10,000 words, and I've worked on it for a long time. So in that article, I'm not trying to create something new. Like I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel or whatever. I'm sharing all my sources and everything. So basically, what I'm doing is I'm taking four different works. So I'm taking Trading in the Zone, NLP book, Atomic Habits, and a book about Stoicism, and I'm basically taking the best things that I've learned from these four books and put it into a trading perspective, and then creating a framework for myself based on the lessons learned in those books. So instead of taking everything and just rewriting it, I'm basically saying, read all of these books and then implement my way of doing things. And then if they don't want to read the books, then whatever, people are lazy, but you can listen to it on 2x speed, whatever. But
that's interesting as like a side thing with that, because I think that's kind of cool. Because I've been doing Jonatan as like a life thing. Same with me for when I have kids, right? So my dad passed away very early. I have an aggregation list of all those books and all that content that I've read and want to put into like a codex to give to them. And
that's beautiful.
Some of it might be my own thinking and thoughts, and other pieces will be other people's stuff that you've just, it's already been said, it's been done, it's been said in a beautiful way. No better way to say it. You just put it there, etc. But have it blank, and then basically just a bibliography at the end that you can go and reference stuff later if you want.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I think that's such a wonderful thing of doing it. It's like you have a conversation with someone and they ask you like, well, how do you know that? Well, like, can you confirm that? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, I know this because I read this book. And then I'm like asking, go read.
Do you want me to recite the whole thing right now?
Read the book. Just read the book and then come to me when you read the book. And I don't want to waste time on this. I don't want to waste time explaining a concept that has been explained by an expert in the field. I don't want to butcher that whole explanation. Just go read the book. So same thing with like this, the newsletter here that we're reading right here. If I get an idea from this newsletter, I'm gonna take bits and pieces of this newsletter, and then I will apply it to what is applicable for me. So, for example, how can I apply this to the crypto markets or whatever? And then I try to integrate the ideas here with on-chain data in the crypto market, while also being very sure that to mention that this come from this guy in this newsletter. This is not my original idea. I think it's very important to mention that as well.
Give by the way, credibility, for sure.
What you said you were working on is very important, very interesting. So obviously, I think it's very, very beautiful, and I'm sorry to hear about your dad, but I think it's very, very beautiful projects. I think that's amazing. One thing though is I've read the Fourth Turning, and I'm now finishing the We Are Now in the Fourth Turning. So I'm reading the two books.
Want to
Man,
follow up? Yeah.
that is something that I'm very surprised that I did not know about. It's just so it's something that I'm like, how do I not understand this? Because when I understood it, it's like, yeah, of course, this is obvious. This is how the world works. Why did I not know about this before? And they mentioned something very interesting. Children do not want to become like their parents. They want to become like grandparents, right?
Yeah.
So this is like you're creating this codex, but in the end, it's like, does it?
Yeah, but hence that's why, because it's the only in between where if you try and put it on, it'll be rejected.
Yeah.
But if it's a sidebar, the same way that you read certain books at certain times when it's relevant to you. So I'm sure you've read a certain book that you read 5 years ago, and then you reread it later and it doesn't have the same relevance, right? It's like different. It might be more relevant now, and you're like, now I get it. When I read it, it just went over my head. Or vice versa, you read a book 5 years ago and you took it in very heavily, but now you read it and it's just like, that's not really relevant to me right now. Right? So it's about putting that codex of the consistent life functions, put it that way, that would be valuable for the certain times that they can reflect and revisit them, depending on where they are in whatever circumstance of life, and you come back to and then read that. I that was just something I felt that my dad died very young at like 55, whilst like kickboxing, so it was completely random, right? So, but now I can't pick his brain for like wisdom and that kind of stuff. He was very high-powered, high-charged, like lawyer, very smart, very intelligent, that kind of stuff. I would love to pick his brain on all sorts of things, but you can't, right? So what do you try and leave behind? And hence, just like the Fourth Turning thing, exactly that. Like people want to reflect. Same as markets. It's the same thing as the George Soros thing with like reflexivity in markets, where you go back and forth with stuff as well. So that's where the human nature piece reflects in markets as well as society, politics, that kind of stuff as well. And then hence we see it playing out right now with Trump, with everything that's happened in the past number of years, and that's why it's relative to you guys. With the dollar, with bond markets, with everything going on. So
I think it's beautiful product of yours, and it's very interesting that and also the Fourth Turning really. And then what's so cool? So guys, like something really cool happened like a couple of weeks ago. So I subscribed to a macro. So basically, what I did was I decided that I'm on my journey, on my CMT journey. So I'm gonna do my CMT2 test in December. 1.5 month till I have that test. And honestly, I there's a lot of studying that needs to be done, but I think I'll figure out. So, and then on if I get that, the next summer I'll have CMT3, and hopefully by August next year I'll have the CMT title. So I want to prepare for so what's next, right? I when I am a CMT charter holder, I would consider myself to at least be on the way to becoming an expert at TA. But so how can I prepare for that time? Well, the best preparation for that is to build a macro framework, because I want to be able to do that fusion analysis. And the fusion analysis is where you combine macro analysis, technical analysis, and quantitative analysis, and then preferably also qualitative analysis, which is not very important, but it's still important. So I have like these 4 things. And so I went to ChatGPT and I said, like, list me the best, most reputable like macro analysis sites and followings. And after a lot of research and through ChatGPT, because it's not really that great, finding these sources, and it showed me a site called 42 Macro. So I looked at the material and I'm like, this looks good, right? This looks good. I don't really know what I'm doing, but it looks good. So I signed up and I went through the material, and it was interesting. And I started following the ideas, and it worked quite well. And
is that actually how you found?
Yeah, I'll get to that. So then he talked about something called the foreturning, when I had no idea about, like, what is this? This is madness,
Yeah.
right? So he talked about foreturning, and then I told LJ about this 42 macro, and he's like, "Yeah, it looks solid." And then LJ talked about the foreturning, and I'm like, "No way, this guy talks about the foreturning as well." Not only that, this guy that runs 42 macro is apparently a student of the author of the theory of the foreturning, and has worked with him on like through Wall Street. And so LJ says, like, look this up, and so it's pretty cool, like how two people and two ideas kind of meet together in completely different ways, which also
randomness,
gives
yeah.
more credibility to the whole idea. So if you guys are interested in this, go check out the book called the Foreturning by, how is it? Well, is it?
Yeah, so I can bring it up on the thing, because this basically, there's like pretty much what it is like a study of
Cycles.
humans through history. Yeah, so
Yeah.
the different cycles that you go through, just like you had the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever. And you get this like waxing and waning of different types of larger societal shifts and how a society acts in general, whether it's more socially oriented, more self-oriented, politically charged, this and that. But you get the same thing going all the way back thousands of years. And the point is that humans are the same animals from 2,000 years ago as they are now, and it just keeps repeating the same way. So this is probably just one of the best books, as particularly as far as like financially, that collates it together, right? There's heaps of content documentation on this stuff if you want to read just like pure history and pure evolutionary bias type stuff, all that kind of thing. But this puts it together very succinctly, very nicely, very not.
What I would do, what I would recommend is, if you're, what I would recommend is go through this first one, like skim it through, and then focus on this one, because this the second book explains, like, this is a more detailed look at the cycles, and then this explains, I would say, the important stuff of book number one, and the fact that we are in a foreturning right now. And what's interesting is about this, why I think this is important right now, is that the fact that we are right now in a foreturning, which is the end phase of the cycle. So you got the first, the second, the third, and the foreturning, and then after the fourth, that's the first one. And what's interesting about the foreturning is that it's the time of crisis, right? It's the time of crisis. The foreturning is always ends on a crisis, and the first turning begins with that crisis, ending. And we don't know what this crisis is, but you can look at the world right now, and you could definitely say that, after the end of the World War, if you look at the end of Second World War, the V Day, the Victory Day in the U.S., like after that time, that crisis brought a time of a big belief in the future. People were really hopeful about the future, about the economy, about the prosperous nation of the United States and everything. And now we're in a situation where most people are not really hopeful of the future. The economy is not doing. Inflation, prices are going up. We have home ownership declining, and the overall situation for young people today is a idea of a not very bright idea about the future, and that will shift after the foreturning. That's going to shift into going back to be more hopeful. But when a crisis will come and reset the whole cycle, right? Now, we look at the world right now. We got increasing geopolitical tension. We don't know if it's going to be like we hopefully this crisis will not be terrible. There's going to
not this one basically. So you hope it's going to be a more mild version, but that's basically the same ways we've had the previous periods. You want to try and avoid that, basically.
Yeah, it's estimated that the fourth turning is going to potentially end somewhere around 2030. Could be 2032, 2035, but around 2030 it's estimated to end. So the climax of the crisis will most likely happen within the next 10 years. And I'm thinking about AI. I'm thinking about the geopolitical tensions in Europe. I'm thinking about the potential escalation of that. But I'm mostly thinking about AI and how that might change things.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, I'm thinking things that I should not be saying out loud, because if you're wondering what I'm thinking about, there is a great book called The Final Invention. If you're interested in that, you should definitely read that. There's also a book called If Someone Builds It, We All Die. It's a pretty interesting title on that book. It got released.
Wow.
That's a good book and great book. So hopefully they will. My hopes are that they are going to pause AI development before the end of the fourth turning, which is not going to happen.
Yeah. So it's like this. What Henry was saying. It is very much a generational thing. And so they take into account the demographic changes over time, that kind of stuff. Whereas like the baby boomers, we've had an excess of population growth, that kind of stuff. And so the point to remember with the two books that Jonatan has brought up on the screen, the first one was written in 1997. Right?
Yeah,
and so once you read it with that context of 1997, you'd be like,
yeah, it's insane because what they're talking
that's even
about,
more impressive because the whole 2008 type thing is right in there, and you're like, damn, son. Right?
Yeah, and they're explaining the the right populist movement right now going across Europe and across the US with Trump and the right wing political leaders rising to power in that sounds weird, but rising to power in Europe it's happening, right? It's definitely happening. The populist movement is growing all across the world. In Argentina, we have the chainsaw president. We have in the US, we got Trump. We got in Europe and everywhere. So, and that I'm not saying that necessarily a bad thing from a political point of view. I'm definitely more right leaning, but it's worrisome to see that we're going.
Points to an escalation. We're basically escalation, like a ramping up of general probabilities that are getting weirder and weirder on average, right?
We are basically in real time confirming the theory of the fourth turning.
Yeah, and so the guys that wrote this are all like academics, that kind of stuff. It's not from some like weird whatever people. One of the guys did die, unfortunately. So Neil Howe had to write the second book himself. But yeah, very good read.
It's a bit sad when he explains how
the start. He does.
He has to write the book by himself.
But yeah, it's very informative, very like just idea thinking generation type thing, and you can see all this stuff playing out now. And just like Jonatan was saying, because obviously we all trade day to day, but the whole point is to be trading, whether you trade full-time or have a primary job, trade part-time or casually or whatever. Everyone's ultimately trying to build up their reserves for retirement, family, future, your life, that kind of stuff. So this stuff does become relevant going to the fact that we're now coming into a very strange shift, particularly with the AI function, that potentially accelerates those same distortions that we've had as humans over time, or eliminates them altogether because it gets weird. And basically the point is to be at least aware, so hopefully you're slightly better positioned than non-aware people and can hopefully adjust relatively for that.
It's about, I think this is not only a discussion about trading, but it's about what you're doing with the profits from your trading. It's about what are you because the idea, you know, the idea about trading is not just to make money to pay your bills, make money to feed your family. The idea with trading is to make more money than you could possibly do with another occupation. Then otherwise you could just get it on a job. Like why settle for less in trading when trading literally there's no upside cap on how much
Very
money you
hard.
can make.
Yeah, and it's very hard. Exactly.
Yeah.
You
So
want to,
if you're gonna put in the time and the effort to learn trading, you better make sure that you make a lot of money doing so. And with the excess money that you're like, with the excess alpha that you're getting for yourself and your family, what are you going to do?
secure yourself.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that profit? You know, and I think this conversation is about that, because you want to make sure that you retire comfortably, and you want to be able to retire comfortably and also have a legacy for your children, and build a legacy where you're able to take that pension and retirement funds that you build up, give it to your children, and give them something that they can build upon, and the knowledge that they need to, you know, move that legacy forward. And I think knowing about these things is super, super important, because the fourth turning tells you that we're going to go through a crisis, and there's certain generations that are going to take over, and we as millennials do have a very important role to play in the current and the next turning, which also means that we need to place our capital where it should be placed. And all I can think about really is gold.
Yeah, guys,
Gold is very
but
important.
that's a good point. Like, you're seeing the exact things in markets where you're seeing stuff like NASDAQs or the tech stuff rip, because that's that future. The other tangential portions outside of those direct companies are obviously stuff like gold, stuff like Bitcoin. You have reasons why stuff like that has attracted well over $1 trillion into Bitcoin. You know, people aren't just punching that money there because, like, oh, Bitcoin, cool, I'll just park all this money here. Right?
People are so desperate for alternatives. That's the thing.
Yeah, because people can see the risk and where this plays out, but it's it gets
Yeah, I mean,
weird.
they know from the great financial crisis that when shit hits the fan, you better be in the right position before it happens. You're not going to have any time to readjust. When Lehman Brothers went down, they went down quickly and hard, and there were no time for people to adjust to this. When the housing market crashed, you were left with your home. You were left with the things that you had, and you had to pick up the pieces. And
and that's the thing now we have, where it's become, they've developed on top of that increasingly again and again. But I think the exact point with that is that now, over time, every single year, the market has become more comfortable with the fact that the Fed or the government, whoever, will step back in as the protector to kind of cover the bottom. So it can only go down so far. And the potential fringe risk is that at some point, it's too messy. Everyone's banking on the fact that they will. So they're very late to the party, with banks and stuff included. And then it does become a new proper crisis, not just a, flash in the pan, bit of difficulty, but an actual crisis thing where, just like the GFC, no one quite knows how to fix it. So that fringe risk is definitely stacking up. So, to a lot of people, that's going to be a black swan. It should be pretty obvious. You would think that should be at least a gray swan, but there's too many people that see a black swan.
I'm gonna look at gold here, and I just open up this chart right here, and this is the trade I had from last week. Opened the trade on gold on Thursday. This one I closed at break even, so you can see that I had a good entry on gold here. This was in inverted head and shoulders, and I looked at the measured move lined up with this resistance. Overall, I looked at this as a fairly good move, and then on Friday, I believe, I looked at price being around break even, maybe slightly at a loss, but somewhat break even. This is in my journal. If I look at my journal, I'll see that this is a minus 0.02 loss. So I'm actually going to mark this as a break even trade, because sometimes a break even trade will always be either a loser or a winner in absolute terms, but you have to look at it from, if you close the trade at entry, even though it's a winner or loser, you have to mark it, in my opinion, in the journal as a break even trade, because you can't you can't mark it as a winner or loser if you entered it at an entry. So this one right here, and I'm going to go into my screw it, I'm just going to show you guys my whole journal here and the process that I have for the journal. I think you guys will appreciate that. I very rarely share my personal journal like this, because I believe it actually does affect my trading quite a lot. But I do feel like I'm in a very good state of mind when it comes to I think I'm in a very good state of mind now, so I can really, handle the emotional pressure of performing when you're showing your whole trading. Like, it's kind of like you're naked, right? Anyway, so these are some of the trades. You can look at my equity curve. This is what it looks right now. This is my win rate, and so I got a 50. Current account balance is 86,000. Scale it from 40K. So we have a 37 trades, winner 20, loser 16. Win rate is 54.05. Profit factor 2.89. Pretty good, but if you look at the risk to reward, it's not looking as good. So this right here is the return of equity in R multiples. And as you can see, I'm actually at a loss in R multiples, which means that I've had a couple of trades where I increased risk significantly and made money on that, which is not a good sign. If you go to the return of, if you look at the return of equity right here, it will look very impressive, because right here I've took a couple of trades on gold that scaled the account, and I risked more than I should have risked right here. So this equity curve looks beautiful, right? It's like, oh wow, he's making so much money, it's look good. But then you look at the R multiple and you see that I'm actually not doing that great. The R multiple chart is the most important chart that you can have in your trading. This is what dictates your trading results, in my opinion, not how much money you're actually making. If you look at the account balance, this is, account balance is not, because I scaled it, so it makes no sense. But if you look at the return of equity in percentage, impressive, but you look at return in R multiple, this is the reality of your trading. Go into the journal. I want to look at this gold right here. So what I do is right here, I'm going to mark it as a break even, right? So it's going to be a break even. Custom stat is manual, because this is a manual trade instead of EA. Good question. Why do you prefer Edgewonk over Trade Seller? Because Edgewonk is created and funded and managed by proper, real traders that are, in my opinion, like almost legend in the space when it comes to this. Edgewonk was one of the first original trading journals. They have built this from the ground up with the trader in mind. In my opinion, Tradecella is not created with the same passion. I believe that I'm gonna get so much hate from this, but I do appreciate the hustle and the market share that that Tradecella has been able to take and create. They have a great product, and they have a great team, but I do feel like it's not been created with the same passion as what Rolf created here with Edgewonk. And the statistics and the deep statistics available within Edgewonk also shows that they are giving the traders the thing that the traders need and maybe not what they want. And that is a huge difference. You give the customer what they want, they're going to give you a lot of money, but you give the customer what they need and you'll turn them into better traders. And that's what I like Edgewonk more. So on gold here, what I do is I go in and I add a screenshot. I'm going to show you that just in a little bit. I add this screenshot right here, and you can see I'm on trading view now, but I will show you right here. I take that screenshot, I copy it, and I go into Edgewonk here, and I go to screenshots, and I type that in, and what I write here is entry. So this is the trade what it looked like on entry. I go back to trading view and I put the replay tool on where I exited the trade, which should be around here. I take a screenshot, I put it into my journal here, and I type in exit. So this is what the chart looked like when I can't get that. I don't understand. I don't know why it's not showing up. But anyway, so that's the screenshot from the entry, and this is where I exited. And then I can put in some personal notes here. What I tried to focus on here, if I'm gonna add any notes to this trade, what I tried to focus on is what I tried to focus on is my emotional comments on this. So Tyson says, I came here for gold. This sucks. So if you want to know my views on gold today is a no trading day. Okay, there you go. No trade on gold today. That's my analysis on gold, because I believe gold is in an environment where it's a low probability of a directionary move with conviction, basically. So we need to see some levels breaking for that to be confirmed. Going back to Edgewonk here, so I would just put in some personal notes here on that one. But this is the idea for that. I think this right here will be. This is your ticket to. This right here is your ticket to success. Make sure that you journal all your trades, go through all your trades, make sure you understand why they work and what works and what doesn't work. This is your ticket to success. This right here will make you a better trader. And I would actually say that buying a subscription to a trading journal is probably going to make you more money than going through a trading course, because it's all free. Okay, all the trading courses that you can pay for like $5,000. The most expensive trading course that you can find on the internet, it's basically taking free content from YouTube and repackaging it and putting a nice name and then a very expensive price tag so you think it's valuable. That's basically what trading education is all about. Okay, so that's the journal right there. Going back into the charts, let's see if we can actually make any sense of this. So gold, what I'm thinking on gold right now. Yeah, so the idea here is I wanted to journal this so that I can actually remove all the drawings. So first I journal everything and then I remove the drawings to start fresh. So looking at the daily right here, now actually let's go to the weekly. So I do suspect that we're gonna have a deeper move to the downside, but I am looking at 3,000. I'm just gonna put a level right here. I like that fib. I like that level. Unless we're going to get a deep retrace. If we're going to get a deep retrace, we're talking about maybe a 15% move to the downside from the top. I think given the current situation and the current environment that we are in, we might consolidate for could be as much as a few weeks, but eventually we'll find a base, and I believe we're going to be trading higher. Remember what happened here in the summer of this summer? We had a let's see, how long is that? Okay. We had like a 12. Is that 12? Yes, we got 100, somewhere between 120, 130 days of consolidation. And I think either we're going to get a long consolidation period or a long drift, like a slow drift to the downside on gold. So I'm not interested in shorting gold. And I'm also not interested in going long on gold. I'm interested in going long on gold when we've hit a level that I believe is it's a good long. I mean, the breakdown here is obvious, but if we could perhaps start seeing something like this and breakout. Not sure if I would buy. Yeah, you know what? I would probably buy that breakout. I would look at this as like we get above that level. I would buy that breakout, and I would probably sell at the highs because I would then view this as the area for gold to trade within for the next maybe 100 days if we're going to consolidate within this area. So if we reclaim this level, it tells me that the chances of going down, here is fairly low. Because if we're going to go down here, we need to kind of start drifting lower. And we need then, of course, to break this level and then break that level for price to have that obvious top pattern and a move lower. But if we can reclaim that 4,150 level, I would go long here, sell at the top, and just place a. I would just keep an order floating here, a buy stop limit or is the market order or whatever here, stops here, and then like a 2 or 3 R on that one. Because if you break it to new all-time highs in this scenario, yeah, I don't think that's going to be a fake out.
What would you say, though, Jonatan, is the relative fair value given the current climate for gold? So excluding the price action that we've had, right? Because I think that's the piece to take into account. What is the relative fair value where we should be trading versus where we did? Because then if you take that top band as the excess, your new trading band might be a bit lower. Just like we're looking at
so all
being
I
like
can
more of a relative, like if
so
you
all I can
think
do
about
is
the market cap globally, that kind of thing,
So all I can do is just look at that from a technical perspective, because again, I don't have the expertise in fundamentals to look at gold and try to figure out what is the fair value in terms of market cap. But I can look at it.
Kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can look at it from a technical point of view, and
I think the clear piece is the sideways consolidation that we had after through April to roughly when was it when we popped? What late
You mean here?
September? I don't know. Have to go.
You mean this one? Yeah, that's September. Yeah.
Yeah, September. Yeah, so that's obviously going to be very much a defined point as far as like a pullback zone. But I must say, I feel like the above 4Ks is kind of a stretch. That's where we got the excess liquidity, excess volume coming in, buys at the tops type situation. That the true trading range is probably a bit lower. Almost like Bitcoin, how the true trading range has been kind of 100 to 110, right?
Yeah, I mean,
we've had the punches above, and we sit there for a bit, but it's really kind of 110 is sort of fair value for Bitcoin. You know what I mean?
All I can really
As
do
a
is I can
proxy
look at.
example.
Yeah, well, all I can really do is I can look at past price and try to figure out what has been happening in a move like this on gold in the past, and what would be a decent mean reversion play here, and something that you can very simply do with. Let me just add this to a folder so I can just remove it. The way you can do something fairly simple. Ah man, sorry, I selected the wrong one. Okay, so that goes into a new folder. We're gonna call that Fibs Weekly. Remove that. So one thing that I like to do is just to add the weekly moving averages. In this case, on gold, I'd like to watch the weekly 20 EMA. So if we go back to, I do think that even though the scenario that we had in the 70s when the dollar went off the gold standard, that's an extreme case. But we can still look at the
It was
idea.
also different because we didn't have. So this is why I like comparing the GFC trading conditions and post that a bit more, because you had computers involved and people trading from computers, leverage.
Yeah, of course.
Kind of so it's going to have a different, like when people are paper trading, you know, and calling up broker on like a landline back in the 70s, price acts a bit different, right? You get
I think it was actually this,
right. No, it's a bit delayed. It's a bit different.
Yeah,
now.
so I think it was actually the.
I think
after
it's
the financial
relevant.
crisis.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was after the financial crisis that I did the analysis on this. But if you look at the 20 EMA, one thing that I did look at was how far did price deviate from the moving average at the top. So basically, the swing top, how many percentage? And we're going to switch to the log scale. And you know, this is the interesting thing. If you switch to the log scale, or this is a arithmetic scale, which shows this as a very big move. But switching to the log scale, you see this whole move in a very different different way.
That's probably a poor example because it looks pretty similar.
Yeah.
Only because of the momentum, right?
But the idea here is that how far above on that top down to the moving average.
That's
14%.
the main point at the top, right? Because now change back to arithmetic, like the regular one. You'll see the main difference is the topping point, right?
Yep.
Versus the build up, the momentum build up. The topping point in particular is different.
But we'll look at this, right? So 14% deviation from, so 14% deviation from the 20 EMA. Now I'm just going to look at this, right? So here we have obviously here a very big one, like 40% above the moving average. But this is in the 1980 when we had that big move. So that's still like 30%, and we had 14%. Now what's interesting here is that the top here, we're now at around like 7, and even on that top, you can even take it lower to like 17%, 18%. It's a massive deviation from the moving average. If you look at what the average deviation was on, we have a top here that's 13%. So the deviation from the moving average here, from that, like that's as much as the parabolic run after the great financial crisis. And that's just the beginning of this move. And now we have a much bigger market. So what this tells us is that this move right here is after the 1970s and 1980s for gold. This is unprecedented. We've almost never seen such a parabolic move. Maybe something we had here. We can look at that one.
No, it still dwarfs it.
Well,
Yeah.
this is more like it, but that's in 2011. But you gotta
That's what I
understand.
mean. So yeah.
Yeah, so you can understand the higher the market cap of gold becomes, the moves become even more impressive because you need more money to actually move the market. So looking at this right here, what's the mean price or what's the average price if this trend remains valid? Well, first of all, what we have to look at is the weekly 20 EMA, and that right now sits at 3,660 around that. That is from current prices. We're talking about around a 10% move to the downside. A move like that is going to print more headlines about trillions of dollars exiting the gold market, blah 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 blah, all of that. Nobody, it doesn't really matter, but
That's
whatever.
the 20 to 25% drop.
Yeah,
Like I was saying
exactly.
to you, right? Yeah. And it
So
all lines up. Like, it's very.
we're
it's very
looking
neat
at this
and
right
tidy,
now.
right?
That's 16% down to like 20 is down here. Now, if we add the fibs here, we add the fibs from. Okay, so where can we say that this move originated from? I would say let's just take that low, and then we add it here. And I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna adjust this to the log scale. Now, this is interesting because if we add the reload zone here, it comes in very nicely with the 20 MA. But remember, we're on the log scale, so we should switch to the log scale right here. Okay, it's not a huge difference, but still, it is lower. So the midpoint of the log scale comes in. The midpoint of the reload zone and log scale comes in around 18% from the 18% from the highs. So to me, if this trend will show us the same characteristics, we will do two things: either consolidate in the current area and wait for the 20 EMA to come higher, or we will drop down to the 20 EMA. This has been true in every single bull market in the history of gold. And once a move becomes this overextended, you're either going to have a long consolidation like we had right here, and we had here, and we had here, and we had, of course, here as well. But this is more of a end of a trend and kind of like a pause in the cycle. But what we're seeing right here is a very, very overextended trade, overextended move that has to consult. Because if gold continues higher and if gold would not top here, what does that say about the world?
Yeah, that's bad. That would be
that's really bad.
Very bad signal.
So I'm glad that gold paused, because otherwise that would tell us that the empires are falling, basically.
Yes.
If gold would continue higher.
Exactly.
And with empires, we're talking about the Western world most likely, as that's the situation we are in right now, I believe.
Yeah. So yeah, just like funny finance TV, dude. I wish YouTube, first, before I comment on that, I wish they would change it back to having everyone's like display name. Because now
I don't know why why it happens like
really
that.
Annoying. YouTube, can you change that, please? Very annoying. But yeah, no, definitely. So we've had a massive pickup, especially since the Ukraine-Russia started that fiasco, basically, where some of the not unfriendly, but a bit more adverse countries realized that what the US did to Russia, as well as the rest of the world, so Europe, the UK, all the major developed countries, just reaped their assets, froze them out entirely. That's always been the backbone. We've talked about this before. For some of you guys that have been here for a while, you would hear, but for anyone new, that's the backbone of sort of Western democratic capitalism, whatever you want to call it.
Listen, we can't do democratic like this. Okay?
Yeah, hey, look, it's it is what it is, but basically you don't touch people's assets, even with whatever disagreement, whatever's going on. Assets are kind of like sacred, under the law, that kind of stuff, but they just full reap them without any kind of judicial decree or consideration, whatever. It's just like, nope, you're out, done. This is ours now. We're taking it all. Goodbye. So all the other tangential countries, even within some of the West themselves, thought maybe we need to divert some of our core security assets out of US treasuries, which are the backbone, right, of all AAA credit, into something we can rely on, right, which is at the end of the day going to be gold. That's really it. That's the homogeneous, universal type asset. They started doing that very early. That's where we ran up from the 2K level. Russia started, pumping into that. So did China. So did any of the BRICS nations, all this kind of thing, right? And we just kept going on. We hit the 3,500 mark. Most of that was driven then by the other major developed countries. So America, Britain, Europe across the board, Australia, all of them also piling in, right? We then consolidated for a long time. Russia's had their war. There was clear evidence that at the time they were very much struggling with capital and were selling some of those holdings that they've been building up since 2014. So this is nothing new. This has been a very long development, right? Then they paused that. They started rebuying once it came down. Then also, after gold ripping that hard, Wall Street, all that kind of stuff came into it. You got the debasement trade. You got people worrying about the economy going too hot from Trump, that kind of stuff. Everyone piles in. Bloomberg goes, yeah, debasement trade, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. That's been the past week. And just before that, obviously, by the time it hits headlines, it's 3 or 4 weeks earlier in the investment circle. Everything pumps. Now we've reached 4K. And then that's when you've actually got the speculators, the investment funds, institutionals, retirement funds, all that kind of stuff, pumping money in as well beyond the physical buyers of actual like gold bars, which have been the majority players. Now, the reason we're not going to go down that hard is because those majority players with the actual gold bars, the big money that's come in, because you can just look at the market cap moves, and that's not fully off leverage. That's not sustainable. So that leverage part has to come down, but the sustainable part will be the governments and central banks that's come in, and that will pick up the overall market cap and sit it there because it's gold reserves. They don't look to sell. They look to buy it and hold it, and that's it. Right? So that's where you can look at some of these technical levels like 3,500 after we broke up above that, which is probably going to be a good floor. Yeah, they're not selling. So between now and then, you got to flush out the excess because once that starts happening, the governments aren't silly as well. They have market operators that have to buy the stuff. They're going to wait for stuff to pull back and then start buying. So they won't be buying right now.
Okay, guys. So, by the way, that's a beautiful explanation of what we, the overall conditions and the overall driving forces of gold right now. So, I'm very bullish on gold, and I think I'm biased.
We both are.
I'm biased
long
to
term,
upside
long
of
term.
gold.
Yeah,
long term. But I'm also biased on gold to the upside because I made basically I took 2 trades on gold 2 weeks ago and I made 10% and I scaled the account and I made shit ton of money. So now I'm like, that has affected me. That has affected me,
This is like it's like you're trading Bitcoin in like 2016 or something. You're
I took that trade and I risked 4 times more than I usually do, and I took it across all my accounts. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Woke up the day after. I'm like, wow, okay, I made a lot of money on this. So I'm a little bit biased on this. So then one thing that you can do is flip the chart. So what we're looking at right now is gold. This is just an inverse chart on gold. And I am very good at
like this idea. I would just say, I do like this idea. Side thing, Jonatan. Anytime when you're not... Because some people have a certain bias to charts going up versus going short. And even though it would be the same, if you flip it, they can't see, right? Yeah. So definitely,
I would say that
let you go on. I just want to say I like this.
Yeah, this is underrated technique in trading for sure. I would say that one of my specialities in trading is to find accumulation. And that goes back all the way to like 2016 and 17 is when I was like hunting altcoins in accumulation. So I'm very good at understanding what accumulation looks like on the chart. And one of the ways I look at that is to either look at a rectangle pattern, which is basically just a range, or a double bottom formation, a W or double bottom. So I'm very bad at understanding intuitively that what I'm looking at when I see a double top or an M structure is the exact same thing as a W pattern. I'm very I can't really understand that from an intuitive side of me. So for me, it's much easier to look at the gold chart from a flip perspective. So what we see right here on gold is we see a downtrend, a very clear downtrend. So I would view this if this would be, for example, if this would be the S&P 400, and that's something I always try to think in terms as well. I try to think, what if this is a market that is driven by, now I'm not saying that the S&P 500 is driven by retail demand, but the stock market is kind of in a way driven by optimism
much more
and fear.
heavily. Yeah, much more heavily than FX. Definitely, yes, obviously. Yeah, it has a pull. 100%.
So I look at this and I try to put this into the context of the Dow theory. Okay, so we have distribution, we have the markdown phase or the downtrend right here. We have clear lower lows and lower highs. We come down. We have a capitulation move, like a very clear capitulation. This one right here, it breaks that low. People capitulate. That's the biggest move of the downtrend with the highest volume, right? So volume is decreasing, and then volume picks up, and then it's nothing, no more. You have a double bottom. You have a breakout above the neckline of the double bottom. You form a triangle pattern right here, a symmetrical triangle. You have a breakout above the upper boundaries of the triangle. A measured move, the first conservative measured move, is based on this triangle right here. But eventually, the long-term target for me would be the short reloads on the 0.618 sitting at around 3,690, around that area. Now this is gold. Okay, this is what we're watching right now on gold. So if I flip this chart back, we now have a short setup, and now I'm able to watch.
Now that feels like you want to go like, oh, can I buy a bottom? And we keep going up. It's like, oh.
So now I still here. It's so clear. Like this to me is just so clear. I understand exactly what I'm watching. But now I flip it. I'm like,
I don't know. We could just pause out here and we make more highs, right? Yeah,
exactly. And I'm like, wait a minute. This is not. Okay, this I want to take my whole retirement and just put it into this, right? Just long the shit out of this. But then I flip it and I'm like, nah, I'm not sure if I want to short this. But the thing is, if you want to long this, then you need to short this because it's the exact same thing.
I think this is brilliant. This is a good, even any guys trading like FX currencies or whatever, day-to-day, intraday, next, like whether you're scalping, you're doing whatever, this is very, very, very relevant. If you get the same confirmation on both, brilliant. If you're a bit confused when you flip it, now you probably got to take at least an extra moment to think because, it's a very, very good example. I love this example, Jonatan. I think this is brilliant.
And then you also...
Same with stops, everything, that kind of... long-term stuff, it works across the board.
Yeah, but imagine if... The thing here that I'm having a bit trouble with, first it's the technical point of view. I'm not as good as finding tops as I am finding bottoms, so that's kind of screws with the idea. Like that kind of makes it difficult for me to understand that this is actually a good short from a technical point of view. This is actually a really good short. It's the the type of trade that I would take if it would be flipped. But then you have to put it into the context of the macro environment. Is macro telling us that gold is bearish? No. So this is something that I've understood from the idea that the trend is your friend is not just a technical term, okay? It is a term where you should be applying a type of fusion analysis where you're saying, what is the primary trend in price action? What is the primary trend in fundamentals? Are they in alignment? So you ask, for example, is the primary trend on gold bullish? I would say yes, the primary trend, because that's this one and the weekly, yes, it's bullish, but the secondary trend is very weak, right?
Yeah.
So the secondary trend is...
So yes, what you're basically looking for is like second derivative, third derivative, fourth, etc. Right? So you got levels on levels on levels that then question and tweak the probability, the outcome, the questioning. It's got more and more tests each level it goes down, if that makes sense. Right.
And
so you got to challenge it each time.
Yeah, and this is the biggest, and if you're listening here, I would honestly say that if you want to become successful in trading, especially trading technicals, I think this right here, what we're explaining, and maybe some of you won't get it because you're new in trading, but give it some time and you'll understand what I'm saying here. You probably want to take this trade because it aligns with the technicals. But taking this trade, if you also believe in the concept of trading with the primary trend, then you should only take trades that are in agreement with the primary trend, which means that you might miss out on good trades on gold for the next few weeks. If you're only trading gold, you're not going to have an income for the next few weeks, and you have to accept that. Because what if price comes down here and now forms a double bottom? And macro is still bullish, the overall, the primary trend is bullish. You can be so confident in this idea that you might even want to increase your risk and you'll make a lot of money. But the thing is, if you're going to be trading around this right here, you're just going to make back on this trade what you lost here. And you're going to be a break-even trader. That to me, guys, that to me is the key to being successful in the markets. And I know, Ajay, we're doing this. We're trading here. You're also trading.
Yeah, exactly. Like you've seen me like through this whole thing with gold going up. Like I've taken a distinct bias, probably 80-20 to short gold the whole time. But every time I have, that's gone well because I've done it strategically at tops, pulled points, that kind of thing. Here again. That's one where I went long, right? All the way through. And then eventually, because I know we're playing musical chairs, you will pull back. You got these big downdrafts. We mapped this out before this price action played out, right? And you can back me up on that.
Yep.
Where you were in these trades, and I was like, yep, up to roughly here, 65. And if we draw it down into lower time frames, that's exactly
but
what
I need to just to clarify one thing though. What you're explaining here is, and you're trading, you're doing actually the opposite of what I said, because you're mean reversing. So you're actually trading the secondary trend as well. So you're trading, when the sign. But you're very good at trading mean reversion.
And hence this is why I was going to add it as like the next caveat per where you were saying with people just starting with that kind of stuff. This is the type of stuff that you learn over time when you can identify trends or evolutions of markets, whether it could be a stock, it could be Nvidia, something like that as well, not just FX or something else, where you've got over evolution. If you've got excess growth and it needs to be culled, right? Where you need a chopping of the trees, that kind of stuff. You need to cull the hedges and it just come back into line. So that's what we got through here. So downdraft through here, still went long there, down through here. This is the markup that we had. That rough piece, boom, 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 sell, down. And for you guys right now, looking at gold, that's what I had mapped out from last Friday. So I haven't looked at gold since then. And we've got a rough sell zone. We actually hit the top right there at the bottom hand of that. Sell, come down, up, down, now further down.
Yeah, I've seen how you traded gold throughout this trend, and I must say I don't think I've seen anyone trade this trend as well as you've done on gold recently. It's been phenomenal to watch, honestly, because I've seen many people posting charts and ideas on gold throughout this run, but yeah, your trading on gold has been spot on here. It's been, man, you must be making so much money.
Dude, I'm paying my taxes.
Yeah, I know, man.
It's great.
It's a lot of taxes. There's a lot of taxes. Man.
Yeah, back taxes, eh? But hey,
yeah,
that's good.
No, I mean,
doing well. It's been a great week. Like I can show. What were you saying before, Jonatan, with your
the journal, Edgewonk?
Yeah, the journal. If you want, if you want to do it together, is what I mean. You want to hold hands. Me over here in Australia, and you're over there in Sweden. We can do like
feels like I'm going up against Muhammad Ali here.
No. As like I said, holding hands. It's a good environment. We're not competing. We're holding hands. All right. We're not punching each other.
Let's not sweating.
But it's up to you.
Yeah. Well,
I'm happy. I'll post one of my 5ers accounts, and we can bring that up on live stream if you want.
Of course, I think the audience would love to see that, definitely. Just to
we can do it together though. That's what I'm saying. We can do it together.
What do you mean? What do you mean together though? Like that's gonna be like a competition, no?
No, we're getting married, obviously. No, but yeah, no.
Like,
the whole point would be we can do some of this.
When are last week, and then you come along and like, yeah.
No, come on. But that's the thing. We got different approaches, but both complementing. You're also very interested in a bunch of stuff, right? And we
yeah.
And so,
of course.
And then give a good example to everyone else.
We'll jump on, and then we'll break down each of our setups and kind of like walk them through like that.
Yeah, sure. And when you say, was it a scalp trade? Was it like a intraday? Was it a swing trade? Because it depends if you want to do one type on the account altogether, or like a combo. Yeah.
Yeah, so the way I'm trading that account that I have connected to the journal is basically only swing trading.
Surely you got one account you could do this on, yeah?
Well, I don't really understand exactly what you want me to do. You want me to connect an account to a journal and then just trade it?
No, or just like Will has been doing with his 100K the past while, right? Just a random account, and we can all do it, and show and share. Just one account, with the reasoning, everything else. What's going on? I don't know. I feel like.
Do you want to trade account?
It's just like Diamond is an idea. I'm sorry.
Do it live. We're doing it live. Come on.
Well, the thing with me is if it's something that I've learned from live trading and doing these live streams is that
that's one account. One account. You can do that.
No, the thing is like I'm going to be trading. I'm going to be trading my accounts, and I'm going to be trading just the trades that I'm taking is trading one way. And
you can trade it offline as well. But it's just like when it comes up, you can just show what's going on. I'm not going to wait.
That's what I'm doing, though. That's what I'm doing. Like I'm sharing all my trades. Like I'm sharing everything I do. I do share that and everything. They wanted to do it on a new account.
No, I was just saying I was going to share that. I was just saying, do you want to share one with me?
What
What's that mean?
And we can do it as like a group. I don't know, as like a.
You man, you need friends, dude.
Why is this so weird? I'm just trying to help people.
LJ,
Yeah,
go to
of
the pub.
course.
Go to the
I
pub,
was like,
man.
okay,
Go,
I picked up
go
this and blah blah.
to the
Like,
gym. Go do some sports. Go make some friends.
I mean,
outside
I'm
of
in.
trading.
I mean, I don't understand what you're talking about, but I'm definitely in.
so guys, I gotta go meet some friends. Jonathan's not my friend. See you guys next
I
time.
don't think Jonatan wants to be your friend, mate.
You
No, but
just
I'm-
do a
I'm-
live account. One account live. Just trade it in front of everybody. You're only allowed to take trades while you're on the
Thank you,
stream.
Rich.
Just do
Rich is
that.
my friend.
And it doesn't have to
basically
be
just do what I do. Yeah, basically
just
do
do
what I
it.
do.
Yeah, no, I'm not like so. So what I'm trying to say is like I don't do that anymore. Like I do not like I trade my accounts and I trade just I don't open new accounts and trade just for the live streams and trade other styles. Like for me, so I've gone through this journal through the live streams and it's been doing these live streams has been absolutely terrible for my trading. Like the more I'm live, the more money I lose. Like it's just been absolutely terrible. So live trading for me is a very other than the money that I actually get paid for doing the live streams, it's been a very unprofitable journey in trading. So what I try to do is just is focus on my own trading, is do my own trading, do the accounts that I have where I make money on, and then just share whatever trades I'm taking and everything like that, and try not to do a game of it, because if I do, then I'll lose track of who I am as a trader, and I'll start scalping, I'll start going to the lower time frames, I'll start doing stupid shit that I'm not supposed to be doing in the markets, things like that.
Fair point. Fair point.
Yeah,
LJ
fair
got
point.
unfriended.
I agree. Fair point. But yeah, what Henry was saying.
But LJ, you can
LJ, listen, I love you. I think you have great ideas. Most of your ideas are very good, though.
This is not this one.
Most of them. This one, however, not
Yeah,
one.
this one.
Look at gold, though. Gold, it seems like it's dropping here. I missed.
Yeah, it is. Dude, look at this. This is great.
I actually missed a possible
We're going down. Griffin.
possible short here. But again, I'm not sure I want to be shorting gold here, if I'm going to be honest. However, LJ, what I would love for to see more in your trading, and instead of us holding hands, whatever, I don't really understand that idea. Although I think it sounds wonderful, I would love to hold your hands. I would love to see because your trading is like next level. I mean, I can honestly say that we have a few great traders here in this live stream, and everyone is great, but there's like 3 which I feel is particularly good because they have a very unique way of looking at the market, and that's LJ. You're one of them, right? I'm not going to say that once.
above the rest.
You're definitely one of them, LJ, right? You're definitely one of them. So what I would love to see
That's
is like you breaking down a setup. Like, okay, you break down a setup, how you took that trade. Not sure if you would be able to do that, or if you feel like you're giving away too much of your edge, if that would be a problem. I don't think
I can do it. I don't care. Yeah, I'll do that.
yeah, I don't think the viewers of The5ers is going to be able to destroy your edge, though, because most of them are not really going directly into the market anyway. So what does it matter? But you know what I'm saying, right?
That's completely
Because
fine.
I would, because I think the way that you're approaching mean reversion is something that could really help a lot of traders out there, and especially myself as well, because I'm a trend following trader. All I know is really a trend following, and I'm trying to understand more about the mean reversals. I think that is and in the Victor is the second one. Who do you think is the third one?
He's talking about himself. Jonatan, me.
Is that Jonatan? Hey, Jonatan!
Oh, who made this vote?
I really look up to 2 traders in the live stream. The one is LJ, the other one, the third one's myself. I look up to myself.
Dude,
I
no,
do
Rich
like
is
this
number
stuff.
one. Bro, Rich is number one. There we go.
Richard Wells.
Right there.
I mean,
No. Hey, come on.
Come on, Rich, give
Pump
yourself
yourself
some credit,
up.
man.
I gave you the opportunity. Yeah, right there. You could have taken the top
The
spot.
ego blast was there.
Could
Take
have,
it.
but my ego is just not that big
It
today.
was opened up. It was opened
Yeah, it
up.
was.
It was an all-you-can-eat
Oh,
ego
mate.
buffet.
Buffet. Yeah, sushi buffet. Like Will would dig into, right? With that. 100%.
Dude, I tend to overeat at a buffet, so it won't end well for me.
Yeah, buffet is not good for me. Not at all.
I mean, I do look about 8 months pregnant after a buffet. Can't lie. I bloat bad.
Wait, are you
Dude,
pregnant?
Am
No, he said.
I pregnant?
No, you are pregnant.
I am pregnant,
Oh,
yeah.
that's crazy. Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats, man.
Congrats,
I
man.
didn't know who the mother is yet.
I was about to-
It's a
Rich.
pizza.
It's Rich.
Rich.
Rich is the father, guys, on our NSFW stream.
You weren't supposed to tell them, mate.
What are you
Now
going?
every-
What do you
my
call the
enemy-
baby? Like
P&L.
XAU
I'm
USD or something?
gonna try and come up with something really suave, like I don't know.
GBP USD.
0.618.
We call it.
Hey, 0.618, come over here.
How lost? How lost?
We're calling him. We're actually calling him Cable Fibonacci.
Cable. Hey, mean version, what are you doing?
How lost was everybody in the 5ers chat? Just by the
Mean
way.
reversion.
And remember,
Oh.
the trend is your friend. You shouldn't be kicking him, mean version.
Yeah, name your kid after your
Oh.
strategy. Come here, breakout.
The first son, that's the primary trend. The second one is the secondary trend. And the third one is just
what happens if you
ranging.
call him like
The range.
ICT? What then?
Oh man.
Manipulation,
He's
definitely.
in the corner. His by himself.
I'm so glad Cece isn't watching this. Like she'd refuse to go to me.
Everybody gets like the prime cut of steak or whatnot, and he usually just gets the crust. There you go.
The fat at the end.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, the
God.
grizzle.
All right,
Um,
we've well, I can safely say that we've lost
The plot.
the plot,
Sanity.
but we have
Yeah.
not lost many viewers. Oh yeah, Stop
Right,
Loss
dude.
is a good name.
Rating Ujua.
No, I think it's your stop loss got broken.
Yeah, your
Italy.
favorite
You have
child.
to-
You're gonna name TP. Your least favorite. Your least favorite child. You're gonna name.
No, the worst thing,
Stop Loss.
yeah, if you name them stop loss,
You're forever gonna hate them.
but it clearly didn't work. It clearly got slipped because they got
Yeah.
born. So.
Yeah, you had to slip
Guys, I gotta go get some
On
lunch.
that one.
I will leave you all and say good luck to Will and Rich, leaving you with this car crash of a live stream. It was interesting today, though, LJ. It was very interesting. I think we showed a good example here of trying out your bias here with flipping the charts. We find a good long setup on gold here, which means probably short setup. I'm actually looking at around 3,030 to 3,930 to 3,900 as a target for
Deeper.
gold. Yeah, I think we're gonna go deeper. Yeah, but I don't care about trading gold here. I want to go long on gold. I want to go long when the time's ready, and that might be today or that might be in 2 weeks. I have no idea.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Nice.
All right, guys, gonna jump off. Take care.
Bye, bro. Adios.
Ciao for now. See you later, man.
Do you guys want to take my screen from me?
Yeah, let's. Where's my screen gone? Oh, my screen's all the way down there. What's it doing down there? Come here, you. Okay, I got it. There we go.
Nice.
Back on the King's account.
Oh, by the way, Alja, are you going to get yourself a stream account and then when you're on stream, just take trades? Are you seriously?
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. I was like,
Before Jonatan
Very
malfunctioned.
convoluted way of saying it. You hold we're gonna hold hands, I'm gonna share your
It was
I know,
a
it's just
strange
gonna ease him into it,
way
like,
about it. Yeah, I was like, Huh? I was like, what's going on here?
I heard exactly what he meant to say. Like, I understood, like, yes, he wants to live trade with Jonatan. And Jonatan was like, what are you saying?
Do it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I felt like that was like an easy thing. Like, just one
It was
account.
clear. It was clear. One account.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It was clear. We just wanted to make you sort of squirm a little bit, I suppose.
Nah,
Yeah,
mate.
they-
I found it clear, and it was in a playful way. So
Get your tongue out of his ass, Rich. We're winding him up.
you see this brown line over here?
I can see him. I can smell it all the way from like South Africa to UK. Yeah, like chill.
That's why you are pregnant.
What?
Because he loves the smell.
Man's got a baby now.
Yeah. I just
A
looked at
second
when
or third or what?
Oh, bro, what? Have you seen those adverts when they're like,
How many
cologne
baby
adverts?
mamas you got, Will?
How many baby mamas have I got?
Yeah, how many?
As far as I'm aware of. So,
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Sorry, I gotta put on my fingers like 1, 2, 3.
There's
4.
Susie, there's Jonathan, there's Peter.
Count 'em.
That's why you're not supposed to know about
LJ,
Peter.
you're next.
Veronica.
Oh, dude. Oh my god, man. Anyway,
Great time.
Right,
Great
price
time.
action that.
All right,
Don't
you guys
forget-
give me a sec. I will come back. I'll hang around for a bit longer, but I'll come
I'll
back.
just say,
Sweet,
LJ,
man.
don't
Maybe
forget.
some water.
Don't forget, you've got some tea to spill, and I'm waiting.
Yes, I do, dude.
Do I get to know the tea? Like, you came on stream and just said, "Oh, Rich, by the way, I got tea." I was like,
Mate, you were asleep.
"What do you expect?" Like, he was an hour early.
I'm at work on time, mate, and then you might just get the
get it
juiciness.
together.
I mean,
I was like,
Yeah, no, I can't. I'd have to send it in. Yeah, thing because yeah.
Sweet.
I'll be back.
All right, so, in a bit.
yo,
For those of you who don't know, Richard is an absolute muppet. So our live stream this morning on Apex Brotherhood live stream, it was an hour early. So he was streaming at 7 a.m. He was streaming at 7 a.m. this morning.
early. It was on time according to the knowledge that I had.
Yeah. So daylight savings, guys. For those of you who don't know, the clocks went back Saturday night, or technically Sunday morning.
Yeah.
In the UK, or in Europe actually, they went back an hour. So yeah, daylight savings. We went back an hour, and Monday morning I woke up at 7 a.m. I woke up a little bit later. I don't do gym in the morning, so I woke up at 7. And then got ready for the live stream. And I thought, right, okay, 8 a.m. live stream. Come on, let's do it. Happy days. Got into the software, logged in, got my computer all set up, and realized we're live. Now, we'd been live for the past 55 minutes. And I thought, what the hell is he doing? And I was like, I know he's the host of the show and all that, but what's going on? I logged on. I thought, oh, I see what's going on here. So, yeah, to be fair.
Yeah, I got told during the live stream that, hold on a second, there's daylight savings time. So I've already explained this. Whenever I schedule the live stream, I open up Forex Factory and I have a look at what is the news for the week, all of that kind of it's my Sunday prep. I do this on Sundays. Now, I only have red and orange folders marked on Forex Factory. None of the yellow ones, none of the gray ones. And the daylight savings time shift is a gray folder. So I missed it completely. Completely missed it. Had no intentions of going back and searching for it in any way. I had some stuff to do over the weekend. So, didn't realize. Wake up, go into the
in all fairness, had I have not been living in the UK. Yeah, had I have not been living in the UK, I would have noticed.
Fast asleep. So
I was catching Zeds, guys. I was catching Zeds. I'll be fully honest. I was being a lazy boy. I mean, technically, I wasn't being a lazy boy. I was being a normal boy. You were eager. You were too keen.
How could I be too keen?
You're an hour early. What do you mean? How can you be too keen?
To my knowledge, I did not know that daylight savings time had adjusted. To be fair,
Well, you should be a better trader because a
Daylight
good
saving.
trader would know about that.
LJ, did you know about that?
I did, but that's because...
Of course he did. He's a macroeconomical trader.
And also, Queensland is the only state in Australia that does not have daylight savings. So it's an absolute...
So you saying
nonsense
that
every single
even
year.
though you didn't need to worry about it, you still knew about it?
Yeah, so we have daylight savings before Europe and stuff. Then it's a couple of weeks. Then Europe changes. So it's a big mess around for me, where it's completely different and absolute nonsense. So for me, normally when we start stream, it's like 6:30. Now for me, it's 7:30. So I start even later than typical. And yeah. So,
Yeah. So my
oh,
time,
Will, you got no excuse, mate. Get it together.
yeah,
Oh,
like
what the hell?
I'm
Blame the
unaffected.
war, man. Blame the war.
Blame the war.
Blame the war?
Yeah, well, that's why daylight savings came out.
What, are we going to blame the war for welding, like SMAW and TIG welding? Are we going to blame the war for that as well? Because that's also where it started.
If you want to. If that's what you'd like to do. Okay. If you're begrudged by all that, then yeah, blame the war.
Not begrudged by it, but it's just like I'm going to blame someone for this thing that...
Dude, if you want someone to blame, then yeah,
Pulls up
cool.
Will's Instagram and sees what he's doing on Reels and just like, oh yeah.
What?
All right, Will. Come on,
What?
mate.
Yeah, you live on your phone, mate. We know it.
I do live on my. I do. To be fair, like yeah. I simple. I do. I live on. Technically, I live on my PC and like Instagram, WhatsApp. If you want to get hold of me, don't message me on like Instagram and like unless you want really slow replies. If you want to get hold of me, like message me on WhatsApp because it's on my phone and my PC
Or Instagram.
So, huh?
Yeah, and I mean Instagram, you get slammed with so much other stuff.
Yeah, I got garbage messages on Instagram. I do go through it, like usually on the weekends, like on a Sunday evening, I'll go through all the messages and I'll catch up with people. And then if I've messaged you back and you're like now in my primary folder, then I will prioritize and like you'll get a message throughout the week. Like LJ, I think I've left you in junk. I'm joking. Don't worry, you're still in my friend zone.
See you guys.
LJ's out. I'm out of here. None of the hosts like me.
I did get a new phone today. Actually, I got the 17.
Oh, mate, what's it like? I got the 16 Pro Max, and then like about a month.
It's still
later,
trying to update. To be honest, it's trying to, put everything on. I had a 14 before.
Fair.
This is a Pro Max.
Yeah, I get the Pro Max. It's got to be the Pro Max, man. I mean, the fact that pocket is a bit of a thing, but
that's what I mean. So in the past, I got the regular one because it fits in your pocket better.
Yeah,
Trading and stuff like just slips in, that kind of stuff. You can look at things; it's all good. So I get the Pro Max this time. This is actually so much lighter than this, and this is the Pro, right?
Yeah, make facts.
I like it. It's orange.
It's orange. You got an orange one, yeah. Yeah, so I went from the XR, I think it was the XR, the iPhone X or the iPhone XR or whatever it's called.
What are you in, 1975?
Mate, literally, do you want to see it or not?
He wasn't even a glint in his father's eye back then.
This is my old phone. It's the iPhone XR, and I'll tell you what, I hammered this. Like I really used every capacity of this in the end. Like it got so slow. Okay. Charge would last about an hour. The charging, I had to use a charging pad because this bit here was broken, like the inlet was broken. And like it's a great phone.
XR as well.
Yeah, nice. And then I thought, you know what? I deserve an upgrade. I'm a profitable trader trading with a phone from the Stone Age. I was like, I deserve an upgrade. So I upgraded to the 16 Pro Max. I felt like the dog's bollocks. I was like, yes, I am the boy. I am that guy. I am that guy. About a month or two later, next month the 17 comes out. I was like, why? Why didn't I wait?
Did you get it with your lamp? Did you get it with your Lambo?
Did I get? Yeah.
In the package deal. It was just in the glove
iPhone.
box. And he just pulls it out in the glove box. Okay.
It came
He
with a
gets the
Telegram
iPhone
group as well.
contract and a free Lamborghini.
Yeah, it was iPhone 16 Pro Max, free Lamborghini, and a free Telegram group. Oh, and a set of veneers. It came with a set of veneers as well.
Sorry, I gotta mute myself.
Oh,
Yeah, you
man.
you
Not
made
slamming
him
veneers on
on his own in it.
That was funny. That was funny. But yeah, Henry, dude, you're slamming me. What do you mean?
Yeah, man, rejected hard today.
Don't worry, LJ. I followed you on Insta.
All right, nice.
Dude, but which account? He's got 7.
I got 2.
One that is right on the screen.
No, I know which LJ you melt. I want to know which account on Instagram.
Do you need a pair of these, you muppet? Like,
Dude, I've actually ordered a pair of
Yeah.
glasses. Like, I wear contact lenses, and I'm getting so sick and tired of wasting contact lenses just sitting at the screen. I've now ordered myself a pair of glasses. I haven't had a set of glasses since I was 15, 16. So I've now ordered myself a set of glasses. They cost me £6, and they're fugly. But I thought, you know what? They're just for the office, so I don't care.
Dude, so long as they work.
Mate, that's what I mean. Like, I don't need to look sexy. If I want to look sexy, I'll put my contacts in.
Do you want to get like a hearing aid as well?
Yeah, that and braces.
Because that's the I don't know, business-esque what same as you have, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got my other one.
Yeah, which is
I'm
right
following.
above it.
I'm sure I'm following both of them. Yeah, I'm following both of them. I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's right above it. If you search this one, the other one is there.
It's like the same.
Yeah, no, I am.
Almost
Yeah,
exactly the same, but slightly different.
Yes, it's got one variation, just one variable that is different.
See which is on it.
Yeah,
Boom. You get a,
yeah.
dude.
Well,
to the
one
point.
makes him look very dapper. I'm not like LJ. Like, you look like a. Is this AI? You look like a proper catfish. I'm not saying you're ugly or nothing, but like, you look hella handsome in this. Like, what's going on?
In what? What do you mean? Oh, no, yeah, that's when I used to do modeling stuff. That was a while ago.
That's
So
an
if
AI
you follow
generation.
my
Come
main
on,
one.
surely.
No, if you follow my main one, you'll see me at Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week
So
and stuff.
He does follow your main one.
Yeah, no, I know I do. That was the main one, no?
No,
No, that's the other one.
Okay,
There's
yeah,
two.
no, I'm on the main one now.
Yeah, because it's 2.
There's not you in the. Where's the Mercedes?
On the main one, yeah.
Oh, yeah, fair.
So get down a bit, and that
Dude,
one's
you look like
over
you're in a
saturated and
fashion
that kind of
show.
stuff. Yeah. That's when I was working for the fashion company back then.
Oh no, shit. That's
I used to design suiting and that kind of stuff.
No
like
way.
men's
Yeah, do a lot of respect
Yeah.
for that.
Gee,
Like that.
LJ, you're like a jack of all trades, mate. Like
And a
you've
master
done
of none as
everything.
well.
Yeah, I've done a lot of things. Yeah,
Trading, finances, the whole shebang.
yeah.
Mate,
Like you
fair.
get bored easy.
Yeah. Most traders do. That's why we have the option of lower time frame.
Yeah, I do a bunch of stuff all the time. Like just
But
whatever.
have you
I-
been diagnosed?
It's curious, interesting.
No. No
Have you got
traders
to-
want to get specialist.
Wait, what? Will spoke over you when you said that. What?
I said, have you been diagnosed?
No, sadly.
Have you been to see a specialist?
Maybe I need some meds. Is that what you
I
said?
was about to say you might be special.
I'm very special. Definitely.
Like full blown ADD.
Yeah, that's like what I was thinking. So like, there's an attention thing, and then there's a deficit.
Until you go into that,
Followed by a disorder.
gaming, physics, into science, that kind of
Dude,
stuff.
you're a full package,
Art.
aren't you? Yeah, fair
Oh,
play.
well,
He's a full package going on. Like, hang on, LJ, are you single? Are you single? Am I about to like piss off your girlfriend if I like full Tinder profile you here?
No, I'm not single, but
Sorry, ladies. Never
I'm
mind.
not
No Tinder profile. I was gonna like big my man up over here. I was gonna wingman my boy. Like, dude, like you're a full package, mate.
I
And
do
he's
a bunch of painting stuff, whatever other things. Yeah.
Are we
What
just
color? What color are your eyes? So, what color are your eyes?
Blue.
Dude, you full package.
A
6
deep
foot.
shade of ocean green.
He's above 6 foot, blue eyes, trader, painter,
Hella
model.
rich.
Dude, you make it like I know that I'm good, but dude, you're making me feel inferior. Like, come on. Like, I'm confident in myself. You know, I'm above 6 foot. I'm a good earner. You know, I've got a good shape on me. I do other stuff outside of trading, but like even like you're making me feel inferior. Like, damn. Yeah. Haven't felt like that in a while.
Legend Don being called mentally challenged on a Fiverr stream as well. Dude, you have to be mentally challenged to be on the Fiverr stream.
Or certainly a host of one anyway.
Dude, I can play Smoke on the Water. So if that counts.
Everyone can play Smoke on the Water. Like, kids can play Smoke on the... Give us something
That's
interesting.
the only thing, probably one of the only things I haven't done is actually instruments. Because my brother basically wanted to play that, and then whatever high I had done, like I exceeded in, right? And then so he wouldn't do that after I had already done it.
So he would go the opposite direction. He would
so,
do the things that you haven't.
No, but the number one thing was like instruments, music, that kind of stuff. So he wanted to play guitar, blah blah blah.
Yeah, fair.
So a raw instrument is the only thing I haven't done.
Really? I can play guitar and piano.
I've done other music stuff, whatever, after. Because
I play bass and guitar, and I play bass basically every single day. So
yeah.
I can sing at karaoke. Give me a couple of Guinnesses and I'll turn into whatever singer you want me to. Preferably a bit of Tom Jones.
What was the thing? I can sing, but the level of what is considered good is
it's questionable. Yeah, like I can play electric and acoustic guitar. I prefer.
Dude, if
acoustic,
you can play acoustic, you can play electric. It's
I mean, yeah, fair, not true that, but it depends on the songs you're playing. Like Kings of Leon, Sex on Fire. That's so much better on electric than acoustic.
Yeah.
But like, I got my grades in piano as well, so I can play piano. Haven't played it in years though.
But yeah, so like like Akram knows, Mark knows. I was gonna put up like a Spotify thing for a bunch of you guys. Same with on my thing down here for trading music.
Like a yeah, fair.
Yeah, just like side stuff. Like this is what I make as like a hobby.
Like, as in what? As in like DJ make music?
Yeah.
LJ, DJ LJ.
DJ LJ. LJ the
or
DJ.
DJ Rose.
DJ Rose. I like that.
Yeah, DJ Rose fucking
Wow, what a weird name. DJ
Rose. Whatever.
DJ Rose. LJ with a glass of wine in his hand.
I've had other friends say that as well. I'm like, that doesn't sound good though. Like, what's a good because I like the rose aesthetic, but it needs to be good. You know what I mean? So if you guys in chat have like an idea,
DJ Rose.
Yeah, here's Akram. Perfect.
Yeah. Speaking of him,
hola, perfect timing. Yeah, that Akram, that was great timing, mate. It came in like saved by the bell.
Someone's talking. Oh, yeah, he's in chat.
Dude, I'm waiting for something to happen on EU, GU, and gold, but just nothing seems to want to happen. I missed a gold sell earlier. It was really nice. Just going to mark this up real quick. So it was down here. And then... Because I was sleeping.
Are you back to trading gold, Will?
Yeah, dude, full on now as well.
So you were saying last week, like you've obviously been you've been trading it the past while because it's been pumping, right? And then you're like, I'm not like crash hot on gold.
Yeah, no, I'm not. But
I'm thinking like now you're back.
Maybe a little bit, maybe just a small bit back on the bandwagon of gold for now. I'm still looking at my EUGU pairs
on Wick,
but yeah, it's been really nice at the moment. So I'm liking gold. Still looking at my EUGU pairs. I'm still really enjoying my EUGU pairs. But gold has just been price action's been beautiful, man. Even so, like after the pump, like after everything just sort of settled down a little bit, we hit 4K, we did a little bit of stuff after that. And now we're settling down in some proper true price action. We've come back. We're not at all-time highs now, and we're just sort of in between stuff. We're around 4K flat. Now we're around that zone, like an average space with gold to target certain highs and lows. It's a bit easier to trade, especially with the breakout and especially with my strategy. I'm looking at it now, and even though we're not just pumping and just absolutely rinsing the markets, it's a little bit easier to trade, and my strategy's still very valid on gold. So I'm looking at it like, you know what? You know that moment where John Wick is on the phone and he's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm starting to think I'm back.
I literally just said that, and you just stole my thing, Will.
Yeah, mate, literally. I'm like that.
It reminded me of John Wick, and you just carried on talking. And then you stole my thing.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Which John Wick movie is this?
The first one.
Yeah, the only good one.
Excuse me?
Oh, no sequel is ever that good. No sequel is ever as good as the first.
When does he ever talk that much?
So he was caught.
Do I have to rewatch the first one? Because I can't remember that, dude.
And the main antagonist kept asking him, so what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And he said,
you back?
Yeah, are you back? And he's like,
I haven't really given it much thought.
But now, I'm thinking I'm back.
Yeah, that's me in gold right now. That's me in gold. I'm call me you Will Wick. Will Wick Gold.
Will Wick.
Will Goldwick.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm not the exact same trade that Will had, but I did it while I was awake. And I wanted it to pull back a little bit, so I had a limit order, and it missed my limit order and just went. Tis what it is.
Are you trying to short though, Rich?
It was a short, yeah.
Yeah,
I did take a short afterwards, just after stream. I took a short.
What's that, gold?
Yeah. Took a gold short, took an EU long, and took a GU long.
Yeah, I jumped in earlier, and then my partner turned up. So I said, say hi. But yeah, I hope you're shorting.
On gold?
Hello there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at re-entry.
Maybe not now. We've already dipped right now, but...
Yeah, so I hope...
just like we were talking about with Jonatan, shorts further on gold, I think are definitely coming overall.
Yeah, I'm waiting for price action to mature a little bit now, but I'm looking at re-entering into a gold. I'll share my other screen now. If I just share the screen, there we go. So you should see my trading view show up now. There we go. So this is something that I did look at that I missed. So depending on price, I completely missed this trade, so I'm not in it. This was a trade that I drew up earlier. Yes, I was technically asleep, so I didn't actually place this trade live, unfortunately. However, Richard did catch this move, which was nice. Now I'm looking at this trade here as a further potential short, but I want to wait for price to mature a little bit on gold. So if we can get a nice mature on price action, then I'll look at re-entering.
Were you looking exclusively at the 15-minute on gold?
This is on the 15-minute, but no, I'm looking on the 5-minute. So I'm looking at the 15 for sort of trend confirmation, like a higher time frame bias, maybe a more valid entry zone, like a more valid consolidation, more valid closure, better, more decisive candlestick closures, and something a little bit more decisive. It gives me a little bit more identification on where the wicks are trying to reject from, and then I'll sort of drop down for my entry on the 5-minute then. So on I've got my sort of nice confirmation on the 15-minute. I know where I want to be trading from. I just want to see the next couple of candles print nicely. If we get a real bull candle on the 15, not interested. I want to see this 15-minute candle close relatively wick high, and then I'll drop down onto the 5-minute and hopefully get some internal price structure showing some downwards pressure, if not at least showing rejection to the upside, and then I'll sort of debate on whether it's valid enough to enter in. So like this is more moving into almost like my EUGU strategy, which I don't like, but I've missed my gold strategy, so which is a shame. However, because had I have not missed my gold strategy, I'd be floating in about break even right now. So because I'm floating break even with my gold strategy, had I have taken it, I may allow my my EUGU strategy to play out on gold and just see how it goes. I'll just like lower my risk slightly.
I just want to answer this. Guys, I have a serious question. Assuming I had placed an order on, say, gold, and the order hit during the news release, and so on a high-stakes account, what are the likely penalties?
Yeah.
I would say, first and foremost, if you're trading a high-stakes account, you should probably read the
T's and C's.
restrictions, or what is expected of you within that trading account, first and foremost. If we're talking about this, where there was news, and I assume if you're asking that question, the assumption is that you've probably gone outside of that, or you believe you might have, right? So if you have, then yes, the answer will be that you have gone outside those expectations, and you will be reprimanded for exactly that, right? So anytime you guys open an account, that kind of stuff, read the rules, read the expectations, that kind of stuff. It's very clear. 5ers in particular, there's nothing weird. It's very straightforward.
Yeah,
very, very easy to understand. You should be able to outline that before you open an account like that. Take that into account, and then after that, just stick within that, and you're good. If you go outside, sometimes you've made a mistake or something like that. That's fine. That happens. Start again. But yes, it is very clearly outlined, and I would say that is unquestionable. As far as the outlining it is very clear. Some other firms have very difficult, kind of convoluted type rules or explanations of certain things. 5ers, very clear, very transparent, very easy to understand. Yeah, it should be pretty easy. So
yeah, my thing is as well. If you should always know what news you got coming up. Like it's almost like it's a given. And even if you're a swing trader and like you're looking at it and you're like, okay, if
it's
you're
part of the job.
yeah,
right?
you literally that. Like trading is so easy sometimes, but nothing easy is worth doing. So therefore, if trading feels too easy, sometimes it is. Like if you just feel like you're like, oh, I'm just gonna place a trade, and next minute you're blowing rules. It's like, well, okay, yeah, you can't be so blasé coming into something that it's a notoriously stressful industry. You can't just come on to like people in Wall Street, people in the big banks, big institutions. There's careers based around this. There's livelihoods. Look at us, like us sitting in front of you right now on the 5ers. This is our career. This isn't a fun game for us, even though it's fun. Like what you see,
because you have fun because it's like we're trying to entertain and like
exactly. But
talk to
what
guys,
you don't
kind of
see in the
stuff,
background is us working hard. It's just like
exactly.
we get stressed on the weekends thinking, right, okay, we got to do this journal, that journal. We got to look at this edge, that edge. We got to potentially back test, forward test, live trade. We got to look at different aspects. We've got to check the news. We've got to understand certain data. So of course, it depends what sort of trader you are. So if you like going back to the question, you should know when news is coming out. And if you're ever worried, like I always say to people, and this works for trading and other avenues of life, when in doubt, pull out. If you're ever looking at something and thinking, I really don't know about this trade, or I don't know if this is going to breach rules. If you're in doubt about something, stay clear from it. Stay well away. It's just part of the job. Understanding when the news is part of the job. Reading up on rules to make sure that you're staying strict and that you're adhering to rules, part of the job. Like you're not going to go into a certain country and break their laws and go, oh, sorry, my mistake. I didn't realize that I had to follow by that law.
Yeah, exactly. If you go to California, you might be able to soak a bit of bit of tree. If you go somewhere else, not allowed, and you get put in jail. So, yeah. You gotta
sorry, ignorance is not an
law
excuse.
of the land, right? Law of the land. Keep up with that, regardless that you just turned up there yesterday.
Yes.
You will still be expected to uphold that, regardless. Right?
You'll be held to the
That's
same
the
standard.
base expectation.
Exactly.
Still, the 5ers is very lenient as well. Like
Very
even
much.
if you have,
Yes.
even if you have gone and accidentally entered a trade during that 2-minute, that 4-minute bracket where you're not allowed to enter trades, they still say, okay, we understand. Here's one. You can do it. Here's one penalty. You can have up to 3 penalties as an example. Before they would say, listen, now you're just playing.
Listen, you're just an idiot now.
Yeah. So
there's definitely understanding.
has happened.
Indeed.
They're still lenient enough to say, listen, we understand that mistakes happen. But the onus is still on you, the trader, to make sure that you understand the rules. And you should know the rules long before you even consider opening up any sort of contract, engaging in any sort of activity. Understand the rules long before. It's going to save you years of heartache.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You need to understand what's going on. You need to understand like potential, like we just gave the example. You need to understand repercussions of potential breaking of laws and breaking of rules, and that goes the same as accounts. Breaking. Okay, don't get me wrong. Some firms may have hidden rules, or they may be a little bit swifty and a little bit sly with the way they operate, but that's fair enough. There's bad eggs out there. There's scammers in the markets, and there's scammers in the markets no different to how there's scammy prop firms in the markets. Like us as retail traders, we are legitimate retail traders. God, I trade my account in front of you guys. I'm completely exposed in the markets in front of you. I don't hide absolutely anything. Hence why, if I hid stuff, guys, I'd full margin 2 different accounts and say, "Oh, look at that, guys! I made 10K yesterday." So I'd yeet an account up and then be like, "Boom, guys, look at that! I'd copy my signals." But there's a good chance then I'd probably be working for a scammy prop firm. No, I don't. I trade legitimately in front of you all. That's why I trade for a very legitimate prop firm. So careful on who you trust. Careful on who you're trading with. And make sure you, like LJ said, make sure you're reading the rules. Follow the rules, no different to how you'd follow the law. You're not going to go into a foreign country and break their laws. You're going to go into a foreign country and go, I'm going to do some research on this country so I don't break their rules and don't break their laws and end up in prison. Do the same when it comes to account. I'm going to go with the 5ers. Let's do our research on 5ers rules so I don't break the law, so I don't break their rules and end up in prison, so I don't end up in excavation of account.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you guys don't break any of the set rules, there will be zero problem. No question, no nothing. Simple as that. Very hard. Very lovely. Very great people. It's the whole reason that we turn up here every single day.
Yeah.
Like the 5ers are great people.
Well, don't forget as well, we're putting our face to it.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like
we're putting our name.
The exact point that you would, yeah, precisely. And I mean, you guys, personal brands, that kind of stuff as well. On top of that, the only reason you would align someone with that is because you trust them.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. And the 5ers, I would say, above anyone else, top tier, absolute top tier of the whole entire space. And that's where you
Numero uno.
Yeah, so long as you follow that, you'll be good. If you've made a mistake, like an accident, that does happen sometimes. They will understand that as well. Yeah, just provide evidence of the accident. Something else you didn't realize. For instance, like we've got the government shutdown right now. Maybe the government opens later. You got data coming out which you didn't realize because of the shutdown. Something like that. Like, just make sure you're doing your best diligence, own due diligence, to be aware, right? And then after, if something happens, you can give that credibility to that evidence, right? That's the best thing. So, sometimes it's going to happen, whatever.
They can smell bullshit as well, guys.
Exactly. They're not silly. You get that many people putting stuff in. Yeah. So if you guys are trying to front something, you'll be caught out. But if being genuine, you'll be seen as genuine, and it's pretty obvious. All right. So don't worry if you're being a genuine, honest, well-meaning person, you'll be fine. Okay.
Just seeing Henry's comment. I don't know if I can trust a man who can't play the guitar, though. I thought the opposite. I don't know if I could trust someone who can play the guitar.
All right. Henry, is that a personal attack?
I was about to say, calm down, people, calm down. The thing is also, I just wanted to add on to what you
smoke on the water.
There's also a community.
No, smoke on the water. No, Henry, smoke on the water.
Smoke on the water is not.
Guitar.
Everybody can play smoke
guitar.
on the water.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That means I can play guitar. It's all good.
If that's the case, my niece can play the guitar.
That's right, Henry. I think you actually know where I live now.
Oh God!
I'm sure you, as far as someone from Brisbane, has been able to deduce that. You can turn up. Wow, actually, do you want to do like a co-stream? You can be here. This will be you, Henry, over here.
Can we just watch you like?
I mean, play guitar together. You know.
Dun, 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 dun. I can just imagine you strumming it. Dun, 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 dun. You know when someone like really hard strums a guitar, like, there's no like proper like nice strumming in it. It's just bam, bam, bam.
I just steal his guitar and play like two at once. So yeah.
Michelangelo Beato, and you're just playing with the two guitars.
But actually, if you want to get a coffee, Henry, I'd be happy to do that. Definitely. Where can you hit me up? That's a good question.
Instagram, innit? At your Instagram.
Yeah, probably. That's probably the best way. Punch me on Instagram. We can definitely get a coffee or something. 100%. Yeah. Nice.
I mean, if someone wants to buy me a coffee, they're more than welcome to take me out for coffee. Oh, no, I don't have my Instagram.
No.
Someone can come take me out for coffee. I don't mind coffee dates.
Will is trying to jump on the bandwagon here.
Guys, buy Rich a coffee. Not Will.
Thanks, mate.
What the hell? Why?
You're legit, my friend. You're legit.
I mean, to be fair, coffee is probably a hell of a lot cheaper in South Africa than the UK.
Wait. Do you want a comparison?
Yeah, go on.
We were comparing like car prices last week Friday on LJ Street.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a comparison for a coffee?
Let's have a coffee comparison.
Dude, your M4 is cheap as chips over there.
Is it?
It is.
Over here.
What's the new M4 comp?
150 grand.
Yeah, I would rather buy a Lambo.
Yeah, exactly.
I like my M4 and all, but I wouldn't give you that much money for it.
Everything in the UK, you take whatever it is in the UK, in Australia, you double it. That's what it costs here.
Woof, man, that's...
But
same
we
with
still...
Huracan, same with the Aventador, M4, M5, M3...
hang on a minute. I could...
Anything.
Could I ship my M4 over to Australia, sell it?
Yes, and make double the money. Yes.
Bro, I'm looking into shipping costs today.
Yeah, only because of the import costs you couldn't do it, but under the 25-year law here you can do that, and I've been looking at that by now because you can now buy Gallardo's like a Ferrari 360, that kind of stuff. Bring it over here, and it sells for double here. Hang on a minute.
Where can I buy like a really cheap Huracan then? Like, do you reckon I can go to like South Africa and like buy a really cheap Huracan and like ship it over to the UK?
Maybe
you can't because it's more expensive here.
Is there?
Yes.
Oh, where would things be cheap? you reckon I can
The
get like
only difference is New Zealand is half the cost of Australia.
Oh wow.
Now, it's weird because it's like a supply and demand thing that Australia is more expensive because there's more demand than supply. New Zealand, they have wealthy people, but they'll come over to Australia. So there is some supply, but not enough demand for resale. So you can actually buy them half the price over there, then
Dude,
import it
that's
over
crazy,
here.
man.
So we have a thing where if you live over there or in the UK for a year, you can bring it back, no cost, no import costs, no nothing, because we have a 69% luxury car tax. Right? So you can buy an Aventador over in the UK for like 200 grand or 150 grand or whatever.
Oh, you're looking about 300-400 grand for an event.
No, so a base Aventador, like 2012.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair. Okay, yeah, fair.
Right? Over here, base Aventador, nothing else is 600.
Bro.
Any of the top tier ones are mil to 1.5 mil. So you can get it over there in the UK, live there in the UK for a year, bring it back over here, right? And it's 200k whatever in the UK. You sell it over here, it's like 800 grand.
Dude, that's like better than real estate.
Yeah, exactly. So by default, you make like 200-300 grand just by going over there and buying a car and doing nothing else. You could not work a job for the whole year, and you just make that money, and then you just bring the car back, and that's it. Bang. Done.
But surely there'd be like a thing with the whole like driver's side, though. No.
No, because we drive on the same side.
Oh, I suppose, yeah, fair.
You drive on
That's
the
the whole
left
thing.
hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you drive. Do you drive on the left or the right?
On the
Sorry?
left.
Yeah, we drive. Yeah, fair. Yeah,
It's
you're driving.
right-handed
You're
drive,
right
but
hand.
you
It's
drive
right
on
hand
the
side.
left.
It's right hand drive, isn't
Yeah,
it?
right hand drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy, man.
That's the whole point. Yeah.
Mate,
Yeah.
I'll see you. I'll see you next week.
Dude, same with the Gallardos, dude. You can import them way cheap versus what they are worth here. Now, there's like tax and
100%,
stuff to
mate,
go
that's
over, but
ridiculous.
if you do the thing of like moving over there for a certain period, buying the car, then you move back, and you could also do it as an investment between a couple people, then sell the car.
LJ, what do you think, mate? Me, you, Richard Butler. Who's in?
The funny thing is, I'm not kidding.
no, I know.
I'm serious, dude.
Dude, that's absolutely crazy. I wonder if I can do that in the UK.
Yes.
Okay,
So-
Will, what is the price in the UK at the moment for the Aventador S Coupe, the new one? Just search for that quickly.
Let me have a look.
And then LJ, you already said it's like how
Henry.
much?
A brand new one. Let me have a look.
Henry, dude, you know that certain cars appreciate. What are you talking about, mate?
You don't want the
You're
SVK.
smart.
You just want
You're a very
The
intelligent man,
S-Coupe.
Henry.
You-
All
the
right?
S-Coupe.
You know this already. Yes, real estate is great, but there's certain cars that are too good. Akram knows.
There's certain cars that are just
Trading higher
worth
up
the depreciation.
Yeah, some of them are worth it.
Exactly.
And then, Will, once you have that price, do the exchange to dollar so that we can use the dollar as a baseline.
Oh, you're making me do so much effort.
Dude, it's
Okay,
zero. Come on, don't be a lazy little.
I got a 2020 one here for
Doesn't matter.
624k.
Go for the new one. It doesn't matter. Whichever one's the latest one for you.
I can
Wait,
only
what is he
find-
doing? Is this a Huracan?
No, the Aventador S Coupe.
I got 2022.
We did the Hurricane last week.
Aventador S, right?
Yes.
So like the full drive one
Yes.
where it has rear wheel steer.
Yes.
Okay. Because the main one you would want to do then, if you did that, would be the drop top.
Drop top.
Yeah, because they've gone from like 800k to 1.2 mil over the past year and a half, just because they have the drop top, that kind of stuff.
Are you talking about the LP784 Ultimate Roadster?
Yeah.
Can you just send me the link? I can't find this car.
Will! Come on.
I can find you a 2022
Hey,
Aventador.
we got to find how many British pounds are going to be transacted between Australia right now.
Right, okay.
And then we can determine the value of GBP versus
Okay, I got a drop top here. I got the
Right.
Roadster here. It's 2020 though. It's 5-year-old. 3.5k miles at 624,950. So about just 625. Call it 625,000
pounds. So are you on Auto
Yeah, that's
Trader?
GBP. That's pounds. Let me go pounds to dollars. Hang on. Pounds to.
So it should be a little bit cheaper.
No, it'd be more expensive.
Yeah.
625,000 would be
it
would be 833. Go on.
Yeah, are we doing to Aussie dollars or like USD?
Okay, pound to USD would be $833,912.
Yeah, because the Aussie it would be like double,
Shall I have a look at Aussie dollar?
right?
Australian dollar. Woof, mate. That would. Oh, where's it gone now? No, come back. There we go. Australian dollar, 1.27 million.
Yeah.
You could buy a car for 625k and
How
sell
much
it
did you
for
say?
1.2 million.
1.2 million.
1.2 million. That's just a simple exchange rate. That's Aussie dollar.
And then, so that's the thing that does not exclude our like luxury car insurance. So if you took that, like, what? Let me check exactly what that is these days.
So that specific one is 10,600,000 rand in South Africa, which is roughly $615,000. So it's actually cheaper. So come and buy it here. Only problem is it's no longer available.
Yeah, I suppose it's
Sold out.
It's cheaper.
Because luxury car tax is 33% over anything over $91,000.
Dude, I wouldn't even be able to buy an M4. Like my M4 comp then would be.
No, do you actually? That's a good point. How much? Actually, that's a good example. How much did your M4 comp cost? Like,
Yeah,
I assume you got it on finance because you're smart.
Brand new. I think it's like So I looked at a brand new one a couple of weeks ago. Yes, I know. I've already got one.
Well, the year model.
The it's F82. It's a 5-year-old now.
So it's 2020.
Yeah, 2020 plate.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. Let me.
I'm just being. We're being
you will
spammed
be
by the
very
carrier.
surprised.
Dude, I've this. If you're
this.
like, I've got the gold chart up right now. Like you can see it here. You don't need to chill, dude. You don't need to spam. Gold is still doing nothing. It's still here. So brand new, the M4 comp is. I think I saw it at like 90k for a 2025 one.
So, what is yours? What age?
2020. Mine's 5-year-old now.
2020? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the F82 engine.
Yeah, F82, yeah.
Yeah.
Good engine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the upscale engine before the last ones they made.
So the M4 Comp
so
2020 edition in South Africa was 1.5 million rand when it came out, which is about $87,000.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
yeah, so the cheapest one in Australia, cheapest one is $120,000. 120. That's the cheapest pre-owned. It has 85,000 kilometers on it. That's the cheapest.
120k.
Yeah.
Oh mate, I'm going out to Australia to sell my car. What?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Mate,
like a supply and demand thing, right?
£65,000.
Like
You agree?
you can easy half my mileage. I've not got that many miles on my car, and I've driven to
Yeah.
France and back. Dude,
Well,
like
how many miles do you have?
I think I got about 40k. I bought it like 30-ish, 20 something, 30k.
Well, then
got
yours
about
would be
40K.
closer to like one. As I scroll down, like 180 to 190. That many kilometers.
Mate, that's like 88k.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Australia, dude. Like when you if you get a supercar in Australia, it's not even close to Britain, the US.
Dude, I must ship my car over. I'm actually going to ship my car over to Australia.
Fucking money to actually get that.
Yeah, too right.
Big
Mate,
money.
honest to God, I'm doing it. Like
Big
the
money.
minute I get bored of my M4, so it'll probably be next year. The minute I get bored of my car, I'm going to ship it over to Australia, sell it, and put a deposit down on a Lambo in the UK.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people bring like UK cars over, especially during the GFC when they tanked. Bring them over here. Same thing now, where you can get Gallardo's 360s, because trouble is mainly the like 25-year law, obviously, right? So cars old enough to bring over. But you can go over to the UK, which a lot of people do, from Australia, live there for a year. You can buy an Aventador, which in the UK is like, you get some of the cheaper ones at like 150 to 180 pounds, right? Bring that over here, and the cheapest one is about 600 Australian.
Mate, that's
So
savage.
even if you take the double, right, you're up over $250,000 just by living in the UK for a year, and then bringing that car over here. You make $250,000 free.
So would I need to live in would I need to live in Australia for a year?
Yeah, and if you sell a car, no tax for selling a personal car. No tax, no nothing, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
LJ, I'm going to give you a direct message in a bit.
You want to make an investment?
You are going to put me up for a week or two while I sell my car over there.
That's great.
Mate, that's just...
Yeah, but yeah, and it's because of the supply and demand thing. So, like, we have huge, massive demand for the same cars, like, just as much, but we still have a luxury car tax for, like, supercars and all sorts of stuff. And it goes to, like, general cars like Toyotas, that kind of stuff these days. Anything above, I don't know what the luxury car tax is now, like 80 grand, which these days is very small, right? So you get a random Toyota, blah, 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 whatever. It's the same shit. So,
Mate,
yeah.
You've absolutely bamboozled me, man. Like, genuinely, you've...
Yes, dude, there is a massive difference.
Yeah.
It's arbitrage. Same as markets, it's arbitrage. Right there. Boom.
Do you reckon we're going to break rules with arbitrage trading vehicles?
No. I mean, that's the market. That's the market.
I mean, like,
yeah. There it is. So, yeah. But, yeah, if you if you actually want to do it, generally, message me later. We can actually talk about it if you want. Yeah.
No, dude,
there is an actual distinct difference between,
mate, 100%. That's crazy. Like, genuinely crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's big.
Guys, I think we should probably give chat some attention. We're very, very far behind on...
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, guys, we shall catch up with you guys now. LJ was just blowing my brain over over car trading internationally. Yes, gold. Do not panic, my man. Gold is here. It's going nowhere, quite literally. I'm waiting for shorts to form, but we're not really seeing much on the short front, nor on the long front. We're just sort of in a range at the moment. We are, however, within my sell zone, which is interesting. But it's just not quite how I want it. We're still waiting. I mean, the 50-minute time frame right now, depending what happens after this candle, could help me determine whether or not I want to drop down to the 5-minute and sell. But we'll see. I think we need one more bullish wick up, or at least a confident candle close to the bear side. But right now, I'm not really seeing much. Thought we were going to potentially buy on this, but who knows? EU. Dave Rankin, guys, any idea why I have not received the giveaway that I won? Support says that there is a problem with the coupon system, but I get, but they have confirmed that I have won it. So why not just do it? Great question, man. I don't know. I don't work in the back end support side of things. If there's a coupon, look, if they've reassured you that you've won it, don't stress, man. Like you've won it. It's yours. You've got it. If there's an issue with it, I know that there was an issue with the coupon system a few weeks ago.
I was going to say I brought that up because it could be just like a general issue. If you guys have seen in the past while, there's been issues with like Amazon.
I was going to say Amazon had a massive
kind of stuff.
Yeah, they
so
have to
the
do
same thing where you guys remember last week where the 5ers servers were down. It was just AWS. So it was across the globe. Everyone was down, all that kind of stuff. So there could be an issue where it was just due to that, where something is not like linking up entirely. So like if you're honest, you're genuine, all that kind of stuff, you'll get made whole, no question. Don't worry. So
yeah, it's not even a concern. It's just a little bit of patience. They are working on it. We have no control over it, unfortunately. So
personally,
just a little bit of patience. You will get it. They have on record that you've won the account, so you will receive it. It's just right now there is some barriers in place that they're working on, and they're working hard on it. So it's not like it's getting shifted to the side.
They haven't swept you under the carpet, man.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
no, they definitely haven't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
120k AUD. Yeah, man. Is that 120k AUD? So that would be like 60k GBP.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, there you go then. Yeah, 100k.
Yeah, that.
Dude, that's still crazy money. You know, that's still really good.
And that's not inclusive of like government charges, that kind of stuff, right? That's roughly another 10, 15, 20% depending on the car. So
yeah, 100%. There's zero trading chat here. Yeah, don't worry, Titan Fitness. We're back, man. We're back. Technically, it was trading. It was trading vehicles.
It's trading vehicles, yeah.
Yeah, technically, it's still trading. I mean, if we want to look at technicality.
Depends what bracket we're in. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm trying to look at deciding whether or not to trade EU. Debating now. GU is in a complete range. But I want to see a decision on a break or a break of some form of direction. EU, I'm thinking, could we sell off here now? We've had plenty of wicks to the upside. We've consolidated a little bit on the 5, not so much on the 15.
The 5 it's
now
quite a bit.
So again, yeah. So now we're pulling back a little bit. I'm thinking, could we sell off around?
Sorry, I'm talking about GU, not EU. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought so. GU's doing nothing. EU, however, could we sell off around this zone here potentially? Gold, it depends. I want to sell gold. I do. I want to sell gold, but not a lot is happening on it at the moment.
Remy. Is it Remy or is it Jonatan? I think it's Remy.
I'll be Remy, yeah. Get some.
Yeah, so any problems, just like message support. You'll get sort
Yeah,
out.
100%. Yeah. Scalping. No, I don't do the 1 minute. I'm usually 15-minute, 5-minute trader.
Same here.
However, I will jump onto the 1 hour. Hardly ever jump onto the 4 hour unless I'm swing trading. In fact, I haven't actually looked at. Let's do a bit of an analysis now on my swing strat. Very simple strategy. Let me just share my trading view screen. There we go. There we go, people. You may feast your eyes upon my trading view. Let's have a look. Euro JPY. Let's jump up onto the 4 hour. Where on earth is my... Okay, never mind. Hang on. Bear with. I'm going to have to switch over. I'm going to switch over onto Richard Butler's screen quick because I need to sort something at the back end of my trading view because it stopped working.
Hey, Rich.
What's up? While you're busy doing that, I can quickly
Big
run.
dog.
Big dog. Oof.
Big dog. Oh.
You're the actual chief in charge, unlike Will.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Oh
my God.
So, gold this morning. The reason why I decided to take this trade was I basically just looked at this downward trend that we had here, and I just saw, okay, we're slowly making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, and then here on the 15-minute and on the 5-minute we had like a small little bit of consolidation, and then it started to break. So if I go down to the 5-minute, I wanted the break, and then I wanted it to come back to tap into this box again and then to continue lower, and it just didn't. It broke and it just carried on. So I marked it. There was a limit order for it, but it never got triggered. So this was the gold trade that I wanted to take. Then I ended up taking this gold trade over here, which was one where price broke through my 15-minute bullish base. If I just go back to the 15, you can see there's a bullish base over there. It pushed through it. It closed lower, and then it pushed back into it and then started going lower yet again. Now, if I just show this, it falls in line again with my drop base and then drop. So I just waited for it to close on this candle, took it, and I got my 1 to 3 on gold. So this was a very lovely little trade. And since then, it has come down. It started consolidating a lot more larger wicks below on gold, showing that there's some resistance. Started pushing up a little bit, no real momentum pushing it higher to come and test this area again. It pushed even lower. It wicked into the most, let's say, recent low point, which was here on Wednesday, the 22nd of this month, on the New York and London low, and to a degree also the Tokyo low ever so slightly. And it just wicked into this area right now. It's reacted off of it, pushed back into this consolidation, and it does look like it wants to start reacting off of this point, potentially to start pushing a little bit higher. Where we're going to go and test is not easy to say. Normally what I would do is I would extend this bullish base of mine and turn it into either from a support into a resistance or from a resistance into a support. But in this case, because we had the reaction in this area, I will just keep it as a point of interest. So if price breaks above this consolidation, closes strongly, maybe tests it again and starts pushing up, then I can definitely see it test this. And then from there on, we've got this consolidation point over here that might be in contention then. So I'm just going to trade what I see, even though for today I'm done. I've got all of my trades that I wanted. I got a gold trade. I got a GU trade. I marked this one. I didn't take it. I took the very next one, which we had a bit of consolidation down here. I just marked it as a double bottom. It started pushing up. There was a support area here, a short-term support area here. It reacted off of it, and then it started pushing up again. Went over to the 15-minute, had a nice rally base, and then a continuation of the rally. On the close of this candle, I took my trade. I'm done, and now it's just playing around in this area. The same with EU as well. EU, okay, I don't know why that's all the way over there. Exact same idea. When it had the opportunity to push lower than Tokyo low, there was nothing in it. It immediately just wicked and then carried on pushing up higher. It basically broke the high of the most recent swing point, and then it's the exact same thing: rally, a base candle, and then a continuation rally. Took my trade. This one was a little bit longer, but I got this one as well. So that's my 3 trades for today. I tend to trade the best of 3, so whichever comes first. 2 trades, 2 winners done, 2 losers done, or 1 win, 2 losses, 2 wins, 1 loss, whichever comes first. And in this case, the gold one went not well. The GU one went well. And because I missed this trade on gold, I thought maybe we're going to carry on going lower. If there is another one that pops up, I'll take a trade on it. So EU, GU was full risk. This one was quarter risk. So I went quite a bit less than I normally would on gold. But it worked out quite well. And that's my trades.
That's fair. I like that.
Not much to say.
Looks good.
So when I do eventually start trading live by taking the 5K account that Will's got the 100K. I'm going to have a 5K account for live trading. I will be only trading this specific idea, but only live. I will not be taking trades off of stream. It'll be purely on stream.
Right.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Are you ready, Will?
Yeah.
Have I given you enough
All
time?
right, mate. I'm all gravy, baby. Yeah,
Good.
switch it back. Yo, DJ,
yeah.
spin that shit. Yo, Lockie Rose.
Lucky Road.
Sounds
What
like
was
Rocky
that?
Road.
Yeah, why did that sound like
Yo, Rocky Road.
not good? What?
Yeah, I was liking the name until you said it, Will.
Never mind.
Oh man. Let's have a quick look at my. So this is my 4-hour strat. So this is like my sort of swing strategy trading. I missed a potential buy opportunity here. This was from 17th. So this would have been last Friday? No. This would have been Friday before. When was last Friday? Last Friday.
Oh yeah, it was Friday before.
Yeah, this would have been the day before. So yeah, I missed this trade opportunity from Friday before last. It would have been around about here without doing some proper deeper analysis. We're currently running up around about 1.6%. My stop loss probably would have been oh shit. Come back. No, not that far back. There. Yeah, so this is where I would have been floating at the moment. I would have then, by now, moved my stop loss up to here. So I would have had a break even on this. So now I'd trail my stop. If this continues to move up, I'll just continue. I won't have a TP on. I'll just continue to move my TP up. However, when it comes to my stop loss, I'll always follow the EMA. So I'll always follow the 200 EMA with my stop loss. And just follow the trend up. NASDAQ on the 4-hour, very similar. I missed this from, again, Friday. Wow, Friday before last would have been a big day, a big opportunity.
It's been a great time.
Yeah, it would have been. That's a shame, man. I should probably put an alert on.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, Will, how often does your
Something like
strategy react on the 4-hourly? Like, how often do you get entry points?
Every 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my last trade I was in.
6 months.
Yeah, I think my last trade I was in lasted. Why is my trading view being slow now? I got so many terminals open.
20 a decade.
Like 20 trades a decade. Can you imagine?
Yeah, what? What?
Okay, but just
hang on. What?
This was May.
My brother took a gold trade in January on his EA. One trade for the year.
So, no, not fair. This is the same on one of my accounts.
One exception trade in the past 50 years.
Yeah, one exception trade.
Right, because the last time was 1979.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So this
Nice.
was my last trade on NAS, and it was taken back in May. and then I got exited out.
Yeah, I think he took a 5K account to 80K in one trade.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he told you about that EA of his that malfunctioned. It was supposed to take multiple trades and it just didn't. It just took the one trade and it just kept it. It just
Oh,
From
yeah,
the-
he did.
kept
Yeah, he
running.
did say so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this would have taken me out in August. So between May and August, I would have been in this trade. And that would have been for 8R. This trade here, I didn't actually take this trade in the end, but this was February. I would have been taken out in April. So that's not too bad. And then that's all that's set up for me this year on NAS. I haven't tested the S&P on it. US 30 I've tested.
like Henry's saying, this is Griff's territory. It's like when Griff is trading, he does this. So
Yeah, exactly. So I don't often trade like this. I'm more of an intraday, but I do like my scalp ideas. So this was April. I had a trade idea taken out in June, and then entered back in again June, and then got taken out August. And then I took this live on stream with the 5ers. Live on stream with LLTF in August, and then I closed it out in September. So that was only a month that I was in that. I actually blew an account due to the fact that I forgot that I didn't place a trade. So that sucked. I was in an open trade, but I hadn't placed a trade in over 30 days, so I blew the account.
So in the time frame.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it wasn't within the
what
30
do
day
people
time frame.
do if they have a time frame like 30 days that they have to take a trade, but they're swing traders?
Point
Places-
zero zero
Yeah,
zero zero zero
literally that.
one.
I just
Enter.
placed the
Cancel. Like
smallest
enter.
micro
Close.
trade.
Enter,
That's it.
open, close. All
Yeah.
right.
Open. Close. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually leave it for a little bit just in case like some props have like a you must be in a trade for a minute, otherwise you break a rule. So like I'll open it at like a, depending on the account size, like a 0.01, and then I'll hold it for like 5-10 minutes and just close it.
That's fair.
Yeah, fair. Makes
Fair.
sense.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, my swing trading strategy, even though this like no strategy is the easiest strategy in the world, you know. So my swing trading strategy actually takes a lot more managing than my intraday strategy, even though I'm in less trades. Like I've missed this trade opportunity here, you know. So this trade here, I'm not in. You know, I've missed it. I've missed it because I didn't trade manage it because I trade my intraday strategy. So it takes a lot more management to manage the way I swing trade. And if I miss a trade, I may not get in that trade again for a month to 6 months. You know, which sucks. So, and then even then, like if I'm in a trade for like, or if I miss a trade and then like 5-6 months later, I come back and then it gives me an entry opportunity, it doesn't mean that that's going to be a successful trade. I may then be in that trade for a month or two for it to hit
And
stop
still
loss
lost.
or break even or trailing stop, or, you know, it may not be a successful trade. Like, for example, it may just mess about the email like this and it may take me out. So it depends on, you know, how it works sometimes. You know, it's not always the best. That's why I don't like swing trading.
Will, before I forget, I sent you a message on Discord. Just
Have you
just have a look
Oh,
quickly.
you
It's
have.
kind of
Let me
urgent.
feast my eyes. Yes, he has.
MGN, the EA
Oh,
failed
okay.
to set the TP and SL to it, took a buy in Jan, and it went on to backtest for months. So yeah, that was the little failure. A fortunate failure, if it was like a trade that you took. Awesome.
Yes. Yeah, that's not a problem, Rich. Yeah, that's already sorted. I didn't know if he'd ask you as well. So
Yeah, he did. But
Perfect.
I said that I would tell you, and then he said thank you.
oh, okay, fair. Great.
Yeah.
Poor guys viewing, like poor guys in chat. They're probably thinking, "Oh, when's the other guys coming on?" Unlucky. We're going nowhere.
We've got some
Not
bad
today.
news.
Not today.
I do need to tap out. It's 11 p.m. my time here. I need to get some food, that kind of stuff into me. I will send you the tea.
Oh, please do.
Richard.
Please
Yeah.
do. Is it lunchtime now for you, technically?
I mean, I guess 11 p.m.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty much.
All right, mate.
Yeah, drop it here, but I can't. Yeah, but I'll bring it up.
Don't drop it here if you can't drop it here.
Yeah, no, it's all right. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Sweet, man.
Chat. I'll see you tomorrow.
Soon.
Good. Well, update. Ciao for now.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, nice one. See you, bro.
Happy Monday. See you guys.
And then there were two.
Can we get an absolute massive like on the video for DJ Lockie as well, please? Can we give LJ a big thumbs up? So make sure we smash the like button as well, guys. So big thank you to LJ for joining.
Dude, we need to get music in here.
I know, don't we? I keep saying that. I want to put background music on, but every time I put the background music on, it lasts like 3 minutes and it stops.
Does it not have a loop setting?
No, I don't think it does. I keep trying to put it on a loop, but
okay. When LJ has a moment again, he should make us some stream music.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That can loop for 24 hours.
LJ, oh my god, maybe not that long. I'm joking, yeah.
Dude,
yeah, so
you heard it here first. 24-hour stream.
Oh, screw that.
We'll be sitting here with like bags under our eyes, just like
yeah, mate. Can you imagine? I'll just sleep on stream. Just be sleep talking.
Sleep mumbling. Stop loss.
No, please, no margin call.
Partials. Yeah.
Anyway, guys, like, come say hello to us in chat. What do you want us to talk about? What do you want us to chat about? I don't think you want us playing the guitar in chat. Just 24 hours of his favorite and only guitar play on repeat.
Henry, you're from Australia, correct? I'm correct in assuming you're from Australia, okay? There is a group called the John Butler Trio. I wonder why I know about them. I don't know why I know about them. Must be something to do with my name. Anyway, they have a song called Oceans. It is so good, mate. Like, guitar-wise, the guy plays with very long nails, and that's it. And it's some real crazy cool guitaring on a acoustic guitar. John Butler Trio. I'm just going to drop that there, and we'll move on to the next conversation.
The next conversation being Pooley saying CC wishes your background would last a little longer too, Will. Your background music. Oh, okay.
To be fair.
Yeah. Hey, John Butler is great.
Will.
LJ is just lying in bed watching the stream laughing. Yes.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, John Butler is pretty dang awesome. Will, I wanted to ask you, your I don't know, like the indicator on the right bottom of your screen?
Yeah.
Is that available?
It is. It is available. It is indeed. Okay. Yeah, so in fact, MGM's actually... I haven't tested it. I'm waiting for MGM to send me over the proper all-in-one. So like, this is technically two indicators in one. He's actually... I'm waiting for him to send me over the code to have it all-in-one indicator. So when that is available, it will be on... it'll be in the Apex Brotherhood community. So if you like it, it's basically it's just the... What do you call it? The currency display. Before, when I was streaming on LLTF, it was a bit of a ball ache. It was a bit of effort and kerfuffle. So I drag and drop my currency so you guys knew what I was trading. Whereas now it's got the Apex Brotherhood logo above the current currency current asset that I'm currently trading with. So as you can see here, like XAU, Euro USD, cable, you can actually see quite nicely.
Yeah, so if anybody in chat doesn't know which asset Will has got up, just have a look at the bottom right, and then you'll see it.
Yeah. A lot of people say like, "Oh, well, check out gold," and then they don't realize that I'm literally on gold. It's like, just check the bottom right hand corner, you'll see it.
Yeah.
Gold is flying down. It I don't know. It depends what time frame you're looking at, I suppose. As an overall trend, yeah, gold is definitely.
On the 1 minute, it's still slightly bullish, even though it's printing a bearish candle. 2 minutes,
Yeah.
still bullish. 5 minute, slightly bullish. 15-minute, bearish. Hourly, bearish.
I haven't said that.
4 hourly, bearish. Daily.
This is a really
bearish.
bull candle.
Yeah.
Maybe on the lower time frames, we can start reversing and heading into a bit more of an uptrend, maybe, or maybe it can just be a pullback.
I mean,
But
if you look at the 1 minute, it does look like we're in a very short-term upward trend. I know you don't have the. You do have the 1 minute.
The 1 minute. This is where trading dreams go to die.
So, Punjabi K7Q is saying, "Hi, William and Richard. According to volumes, I think prices will reverse on gold. We have widespread down bar on the 5 minute time frame, and prices have come back to test that area." So, I don't. You've got volume on yours, I think. Will I don't have volume.
No, I
on
haven't.
mine
Oh no,
at
on my
all.
trading view, I have. I believe.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like on your trading view.
Let me look. Let us feast our eyes upon my trading view.
So,
again.
it also depends on what volume you're referring to. Are we just talking about the tick volume? Are we talking about an like intra bar, or
I haven't got tick.
there's like different volume indicators? Let's rather say on trading view as an example. So, for which one are you referring to? Because you have the what is it, like the volume weighted one. You've got anchored one. I just have to go and remember. Yeah, you have the.
Oh, by the way, Rich, you would have been tapped into perfectly on your break and retest on gold. Look at that.
What, this morning?
Yeah.
Not on the first one, no.
Yeah, you would have.
No.
Yes, you would have.
No.
No?
No. Remember on I marked that one out on.
Oh, sorry, this is last week.
Yeah.
This isn't even gold. It was GU. It was GBP USD last week.
No.
Yeah, sorry, no, you wouldn't.
It was. It broke that little area of consolidation, and it never came back to it.
No, I know, mate. I know.
Yeah.
I was just being an absolute pleb. Sorry, mate. Ignore me. Completely ignore me.
You know what you should have had? You should have had your little indicator at the bottom.
Yeah, I should. This is why we do it, mate. Literally.
Volume, yeah.
Had I have had a little
Tick
indicator down here, I would have seen.
Yeah.
Oh, mate,
Derby
literally.
K7Q is saying tick volume. So yeah.
Oh,
on tick
okay,
volume,
fair.
it makes sense.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there is a
fair.
potential, because we've just wicked back into that consolidation. We haven't broken and closed above the consolidation. We've just wicked above it.
Yeah.
So there is potential for it.
By the way, this isn't a valid trade. I'm not in this trade right now, as you can see. It's not on my terminal. I just drew this up. I'm not interested in selling yet.
No, nor am I.
I want to sell though. I feel like I want to sell. The trend is friend.
Do you know what I think is like going on here now? It's just like usually just before New York session opens up, we kind of had that bit of a reversal.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, and then during New York, we have the continuation of whatever direction gold wants to take, and then it does so strongly enough. So I don't think now. I don't think we're going to have the direction now. I think we need to wait
I don't think
a
so.
little bit. Yeah.
Especially as over the lunch hour as well. Lunch is. Ooh, I just realized what I've done here. Whoops. I forgot that I'm sharing my trading view screen. Right, let me go back to my terminal so I can mess about with my screens. Right, there we go.
And then DJ XS1PQ is saying, "Hi, WD and RB. Hope you're well. How is your equity curve on the current 100K you're trading?" He's referring to you, obviously, William.
Why?
And are you trading it on a fixed risk to reward? Good question, mate.
That's a great question, man. My current equity curve did take a dip. It took a big dip. I ended up being about 7% down. However, it's gained traction again, and it's moving back to the upside. I'm about 1.86% away from break even. So it'd be good if I can get this back. Like I said, guys, I'm going to get this back to break even, get into some profit, and then I'm going to get paid. I'm going to get it paid, and I'm going to withdraw in front of you guys, just because, guys, I feel like, I'm doing this all in front of you. I feel like you deserve to watch me apply for the withdrawal in front of you guys as well. I want to keep this all completely transparent. Obviously, I'm not transparent on any of my other accounts, but this account I am. I have got this account.
I'm actually a scammer on all of my other accounts.
I'm a complete scammer on every other account other than this.
Like, I'm not transparent on any of my other accounts, and people might misconstrued.
Yeah, what I mean is that my other accounts are my accounts. This is my live stream account.
Yeah, it's not open to the public to know what is going on in that account. It's
exactly,
private.
mate. Whereas this account here is completely transparent, completely public. And I want to be able to show you guys my withdrawals as well. I want to be like, guys, look, I've taken this from 7% down to 2% up, and now I'm getting paid. You guys can watch me do it. So this is, I want to be transparent. I'm actually going to see potentially if I can scale this account in front of you guys as well. I think that's going to be the next challenge. Challenge 1 was getting P1 sorted. Challenge 2, getting P2 sorted. Challenge 3 was actually getting out of 7% drawdown, which I'm close to completing that challenge. And then challenge 4, I'm gonna get paid on it. I want to get paid for trying to get out of drawdown on this account. I feel like I deserve that. But then challenge 4 is going to be actually trying to scale the account. So I'm going to see if I can do that in front of you guys. That's going to be the next challenge I'm setting myself. Victor,
why do you deserve that, or why do you think you deserve that?
Oh no, Victor's coming in with the hard questions, mate. Oh no.
I feel like I deserve the payout just because I've got P1, P2 sorted. I got funded, and then I went into deep drawdown, and I managed to, instead of just thinking, oh, screw it, I'm just going to blow the account, I managed to claw and be strict with my risk management and claw it all back and get back into profit. I feel like I deserve that payout before trying to scale the account.
Before I barged in, obviously I should have said hello, and now I'm doing so. So, yes,
ring the bell, man.
Yeah, the doorbell.
Where's
that?
There we go.
After the fact, but still, better late than never.
How are you? Welcome to the stream.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello there, Victor.
You caught me.
Good morrow, sir. How is that?
Yes, thank you for welcoming me, gentlemen. How are the two of you doing today, and everyone watching us on this beautiful Monday?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm good. I mean, price action's been a little bit slow. I had a great weekend. It's just a very chill weekend. If those of you who have followed me on Instagram, you would have seen me. I was in a helicopter. That's the first time I've ever been in a helicopter on Saturday. That was super cool. It was a weird experience at first, but yeah, it was my first time being in a helicopter this weekend. So that was nice. And now just chill Sunday, ready for the markets Monday. Monday's been a bit boring. So I'm hoping tomorrow onwards is going to be good. I've not found a trade idea yet. But what about you? How's your weekend, man? How was the weekend? How's the day?
Quality time, relaxing, good, great. The way I like it.
Awesome stuff.
Not in a helicopter, by the way. Not in a helicopter.
Relaxing in his jet instead, guys.
Yeah. Private jet, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other kind?
I don't know. People rent jets these days. It's a weird market we're in.
Povo mindset. I don't want to share the air with other common folk.
So relatable, right? For everyone.
Definitely. Just everyone feels the same.
Yeah. We know what you mean. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, but I came in because I think I think it's quite important how you see yourself. We know that psychology is a huge part of trading. And also our belief system is immensely important, and it can be something very destructive, and it can be very helpful as well. So it depends on how you see yourself, what your belief systems are, can have a massive impact on our performance. And when you said, I feel I deserve this or that, I wanted to know a little bit more what's below the surface on that, because
Mhm.
that can be both of them. It can be bad and it can be good, but
Yeah.
depends on how how you construct it, what it means when you say I deserve something, or I think I deserve something, what it means, what effect would it have um, on your performance and on your reaction of the result. Let's say you're not getting it and you think you deserve it. Will that cause you to go on tilt, for example, or lose it, or just throw it, out of the window easily? Because if so, then it can be something uh damaging, right? And if
Yeah,
but
absolutely,
if it
mate.
inspires us, if it if it's something that keeps us on the line in terms of discipline, then of course it's very, very good. So that's why I think it's I wanted to pinpoint that question, deserve.
Yeah.
When you said I think I deserved it, I think it's great though.
Yeah, I absolutely, mate. I think if you have the and that's what I've spoken in events in London about, and one of my events was actually called "Managing Expectations in Trading," and it's such an important key to have. Like, I won't ever say I deserve this, I deserve money, I deserve payout, I deserve TP. Like, I don't ever put that value on my worth. However, when people say like, "What's your plans with the account?" If and it's always going to be an if, not when, because yes, I truly believe that it's going to happen for me. And so it is going to be when. But if it happens for me, like if I manage to get into some significant profit, I'm not going to just go scale the account straight away. I'm going to I'm going to request a payout, because I feel like, due to the fact that I've passed 1 and 2, like P1, P2, phase 1, phase 2, got funded, got drawdown, and got another like 8 odd percent, 9, 10%. I feel like I deserve that payout. I deserve to have a bit of financial reward before moving on to my next challenge. So yeah,
Sorry,
it's
Will. Sorry, would you rather want to change the word deserve to earn? You've earned the right to
yeah,
that.
yeah,
To
of
that.
course.
You've
In my
worked
in my
for it.
opinion, the word deserve, they're the same thing. Deserve. I deserve that payout. I've earned it, so therefore I deserve it.
I see deserve as kind of like more on the ego side of it. It's
Okay,
more
fair.
the
Oh,
idea
yeah.
of
I mean,
I
foresight and deserve
yeah,
definitely is more on the
yeah,
ego side. Like, if you're foresighting it, so if I say, guys, I deserve the payout when I get in profit, that's ego talking.
yeah, yeah.
That's
That's
you're
what I wanted
foresighting something that isn't
to
guaranteed.
distinguish. Yeah, to
Yeah,
distinguish between
yeah,
the two. Yeah.
exactly. So
Definitely.
it is super important to say, if I get in profit, I will then feel like I have deserved, or I then
Exactly.
deserve, or I have earned the
Mm,
ability to take profit before then I go ahead and try and be on to my next challenge, which would be
mm.
scaling the account. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. Or guys, I'm going to try and scale the account, I think. Or I mean, if you guys want me to do P1, P2 again, maybe I'll go and get myself another 5ers account and go P1, P2. Who knows? But let me know what you guys would prefer. Would you want to see me scale an account, or would you like to see me pass, or try and scale an account, or try and pass an account again? So let me know what you guys would want to see on that. But yeah, it's definitely important to understand that psychology. Like, I would never have said that had you not have asked, like, what's the plan? Like, what's going to happen when you get into profit? Like, I will never look at myself and go, oh, I deserve a payout when I get in profit. Because like Victor said, it's important when we're putting ego into it, when we're putting expectations into our trading, you start potentially affecting harming, damaging, or affecting it negatively / positively the performance of your trading.
And you
Yeah,
might not realize it in the moment. It might be something that you realize only after you've gone through, like, I don't know, a bit of drawdown, and you realize, but hold on a second, I allowed my emotional state to overwhelm my decision making or my rational thought. So I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, and it has different layers, right? Because if you think, if I say or anyone says I deserve something or anything in particular, and it comes from not, you know being overconfident, but having a healthy, positive self worth, where I deserve to be successful. I deserve to reach, right. That's the opposite of the imposter syndrome, right? That's the feeling like, yes, it's supposed to happen. If I put in the work, I will get it. I have a chance just as anyone else to be successful, to have a huge payout, or whatever it is that your goals are. If you view it from that perspective of having a healthy, positive self-image and self-worth, then I think it's okay. It's okay to have, but it's tricky though. We have to choose our words carefully, because they cement our belief, right? They are parts of our belief systems. And actually the market, on a different level, not on a self-worth, self-talk, but on a different level, looking at strategy, at edge, and the market and price action, the market doesn't care about us, right? We are nobody. The market doesn't owe us anything, right? So it's not something we are bound to get. It only conditioned to us doing the right work, and putting in the right amount of work, and having the patience to see, to develop the skills. It's conditioned upon conditions of us being and trading within our edge. For example, if you don't trade your system, then it's not going to happen. Doesn't matter how good you feel about yourself, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, literally that.
Yeah.
So but it's nice to think to talk about that, to have the nuances between, and have the distinction between, obviously you need to have a healthy dose of belief and confidence in your abilities, and even your future abilities. Maybe you are not currently very profitable, or not even profitable as a trader, but you have confidence that if I apply myself 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, I will be at a better place. And you know things, that's good. That you got to have that healthy
Yeah,
dose of
it's about having confidence. It's about having confidence in the right realm of expectation. Like you could expecting something to happen due to input is wrong. Whereas, in my opinion, anyway, it's about having the expectancy in the belief system, and it's about having
yeah.
expectancy in what you are doing to put yourself in the correct position to better yourself, to become the better, or to become the person that you're chasing to be. Now that I think you deserve, you can expect, you can want, you can
Yes.
chase, because that what you're doing then is all you're chasing is a better you. You're not chasing an inanimate thing. You're not chasing a what do you call it? A desirability. You're not chasing a profitability. You're not chasing a physical, maybe even, what's the word that I'm looking for? Flashy materialistic thing, for example. You're not chasing profits. You're not chasing goals, like as in like Lamborghinis, phases, like phase 1, phase 2. You're not chasing that. What you are chasing is to be a better you, which is almost 110% guaranteed, providing you put in the right work. That is something you can guarantee yourself. If you put in, like, if you eat correctly, your body's going to become healthier. If you work out, you are going to become fitter. If you eat less than you burn, you're going to lose weight. They're guarantees. They are absolute guarantees. So if you try and chase a better you, you're guaranteed to become a better you. Now, by guaranteeing a better you, you can become a potentially better trader through subconscious practices. Now, that I believe in chasing, and you deserve to be a better you. You can expect to be a better you if you put in the right practices. Now, that I believe you can chase, because through that you could become a better trader by being a better person. They're byproducts. My income, my trading profits are a byproduct of me being a better person, by me being a better trader. Me being a better trader is by me being better at psychology, better at risk management. Now, me being better at those things are a byproduct, or me being a better trader are a byproduct of those. Now, my profits is a byproduct of me being a better trader, and my overall lifestyle is a byproduct of my freedom. So they're all byproducts. What you're really chasing is a better you.
Growth.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that all of it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to be back in 2 seconds. I just need to pop to the loo. I've drunk too much water.
I think it always starts with the dream.
21.
Pretty much. Like anything that you want to do is going to start with the dream.
2 seconds passed.
Say again?
I said 21, 22. There you go. 2 seconds passed. Just kidding. Yes, go ahead. It's all in symbiosis, right? Go hands in hand. You were saying it's just not it's not black and white, but it's a balance.
Yes. It's understanding that it's all part of the system, the ecosystem, let's rather say. Everything in that ecosystem has a role to play. And you cannot have one of them be your sole focus. You need to kind of like spread your focus across everything to kind of like understand where your problems may be. And it might be boring to some people, but it's necessary work. It is. It's one of those things. You cannot go in your trading life without dealing with these small little things that you might feel is not important now. You've mentioned this before, Victor, that you believe that the market is like a mirror and that it reflects who you are, or you can see your reflection in it. Like if you are an impatient person, the market is going to show you you're impatient. It's going to test that patience. So I've always liked that analogy that you've given for the market in terms of the reflection. So what you put into it is not necessarily what you can get out of it, but what you see from it is something that you can potentially work on. Pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. We all know that, right? We you have to face your own demons. Constantly while trading, because you're watching. It's like watching yourself in the mirror and spotting all your imperfections, because that's what we do when we're journaling. You're in front of you're almost from a third person perspective, watching critically at everything you've done, and if you've executed the plan correctly and why, and you go through all the emotions, looking for the reasons and the pathway of you doing the bad things, but that's how you grow, right? There's no other way. At least I don't know any other way than the hard way, which is facing yourself and being honest about yourself and saying, right, no, I messed up, and it's my fault. I take responsibility for it, and let's go see if there's something I can learn from it, so I can avoid it in the future. So it's it's not enjoyable, but very, very necessary. Gold. Someone asking for gold, and I think you guys were already looking at gold earlier. This is this is gold on Will's screen. I see you have a structure or a supply area that you're looking. Are you looking to short this currently?
I was wanting to, so I wanted to see a gold short. Let me just extend this over slightly. So I want to see a gold short come through. Oh no, let me try and do a straight line.
Punjabi K7Q said RB gold going down from the same area I pointed out. Yeah, I wasn't looking at gold, but it is exactly from where you mentioned earlier in the stream. According to the tick volume and he saw the tick volume along with the specific consolidation area.
Yeah, so we got a wick above these sort of highs here on the 15-minute. I was wanting to see gold selling off, but right now we're in a range of a high and a low. So as of right now, I'm not actually looking at anything. I want to see a break of some form of zone. I either want to see a break and close below this area or a break and close above the highs. Even on the 5-minute, if we look, we can see that we pulled back up into this zone here. If we held and respected this zone and then started dropping, I would have been selling by now. I would have already been in the sell. However, because we've pulled all the way up, broken and closed above this consolidation high, wicked above slightly, but didn't quite wick all these highs up here and then started dropping, it's sort of invalidated it for me. So now I've just identified that current high, current low, current range. So everything inside this is garbage price action, or what I like to call garbage price action. So I'm waiting for a decisive move on either above or below my current high and low. So once I see that, that'll help me decide on where I want to go. Probably, or like right now, more than likely going to be sell to the downside. However, if we can have price action a bit like this, maybe here. So if we can come down, break and close below, pull back a tiny bit, and then consolidate for a while, and then drop, then that's where I would be interested in selling from.
Yeah, I see on the 1 hour that we're retesting a little like the last resort, because if you look at the daily, there's a week engulfing, and if you look at the H4, you will see that there still is a demand area, but it's the second retest of it. And on the H1, we are kind of at the edge of it. Maybe I should show my screen so people have some
I
some
finally get
visuals.
an opportunity to see exactly from Victor's point of view while on stream. I'm excited for this.
Yeah.
All right, so we after these all-time highs, well, they're constantly being all-time highs, but after we've reached and had that pullback, we did create a little quite weak daily order block, which is not even visible on all price feeds. That tells you something already. So that's one thing. There is that support area or demand zone, and it does react or coincide with a part of that consolidation to the side, to the left. I mean, if you go to the H4, you can see that there is a order block on that on H4 on the next order block on the next time frame, but it has already had its reaction, right? Its initial reaction, which is this, already made. The first reaction is the one that we want to be catching. It's the best one, and it's already done that, and it wasn't able to take out that high, meaning that's a sign of further weakness. However, it hasn't broken to the left that order block yet, but it's on the second retest. So to me, that's an already a position of weakness where you don't want to be getting in on the long based on that structure, and exactly on that on the lower edge of the H4 order block, you have a tiny H1 created here. And this one is a clear indication that the buyers are trying to defend, in my opinion, the H4 before it breaks. And this is the probably the last test before we break down. If we are not able to react from this order block, then the likely path is that we're gonna break and go lower levels. That's going to be a break not only of the H1 but also on the H4 and the daily order block. So you could have an acceleration to the downside when it is becomes clear that this little H1 order block is going to be. We still have 25 minutes, so there's plenty of time for anything to happen. But if I as a buyer, I want to be a buyer here, but only here, as long as this is being held, defended, and I can see bullish price action, then it makes sense. Otherwise, this looks very weak. And if I apply on the H1 the quasis, we do have a quasi here. We can do that on the 15 minutes as well. And that gives us, let's go down and see if we have some structures. I would love to go long from that area with a tight stop. And that's it. That's the only structure that I get, only entry. I wouldn't even go to lower time frames, although on the 3. All right, so there are a couple of other as well. Actually, the last order block here looks interesting. because it coincides on multiple time frames. So the more time frames it is visible, the better, in my opinion, it is to get long from that area. That's the M1. And if you look for higher higher structures or time frame, we have the open is 03 4308, and here I think this is that's weak. That's a weak sign. When you have a quasi, the quasi is right here, and but it does not this is not a valid left shoulder, I mean left shoulder here for me, because the neckline is, it doesn't comply with the rules. That's one reason where I would, try to avoid this. But considering that it is D1H4, and the fact that we have second retest is already no go. That's already a reason not to trade this with my, strict trade plan. But I would say if I had to take a trade, then I would still be trading these two order blocks, right? On the 1 minute and on the 5, I believe this is. But it doesn't comply completely with my checklist.
Victor, you were referring to the quasi where the one shoulder or the headline wasn't according to your definition of what the headline would be. You marked out one a bullish candle. What would be what would be the shoulder and head that did form exactly according to your definition of a quasi? According to the rules that you mentioned.
Okay. Well, what I have is, this is the well, okay. The quasi is, in order for me to talk about that, the quasi for me, an inverse quasi is you got to have a trend. There can be a reversal without a trend. So you have to define what a trend for you exactly is. And in my case, it is low. Well, the trend, obviously, the definition for everyone is lower low and lower highs. But how do you define what are the swing points? And you have to be objective and precise about that. And in general, there are many, you can play with the sensitivity of the definition of the swing points. But one of the things that I look at is, at least for each swing point, that there are two candles in opposing direction on each side. Meaning, if you have a swing point, you can use three, you can use and more than three,
but minimum two.
Yeah, minimum on two on each side. So you got to have a two bullish candles on this side and two bearish on this on the other side, the first side, so you can consider it a swing point, right? There are other definitions you can use. You can expand it, you can have it, many different ways. You can use indicators to indicate those swing points. But I need, and that's one thing. So the fact that we have this swing point, right, from the high, to identify or to define my trend, you have from, that's the lowest point. Obviously, the lowest point so far would be the head. So you're trying to define the left shoulder. You have, so the in the case of a inverse quasi, you look for the lowest point in that trend, downward trend, that bearish trend. That will be the assumed head. The previous lowest point would be the presumed left shoulder. But you have to test according to the definition if it's a valid one or not. And in one of the definition, or one of the criteria it needs to fulfill, is from the high, the first high, where it is compared for the lower high, right? Which is, the lower high would be obviously between the left shoulder and the head, right? So you have the head, the left shoulder, and the highest point in between. That's that's the lower high to define the trend. So from the left shoulder, or actually from the first high that you use to the left shoulder, it's obviously we have at least two bearish candle. That's fine. That's complied with. And from the left shoulder, to that lower high, we also have two candles forming at least that leg. However, I have an extra criteria that I use to define this. One is that the left shoulder should be a a the price action that creates that left shoulder should be convincing us of buyers in this case, because it's an inverse quasi, that buyers came in and took over. Now, you can define that on different
Yeah.
chart panels, the size of the body, the size of the candles. You can do many things, and everyone needs to, depending on what definition you use, you can play with the sensitivity again, as with everything on a system building process. But that on that definition, on that account, this left shoulder to me is not a valid one, because the buyers here, the price action that it produced did not overtake the market. It's actually just a pullback on a downtrend. It's the candles, without going to define to use the share with the definition that I use exactly, it does not tell me that the buyers were actually taking over here. It's too weak of a reaction.
Okay.
I need
No, okay, I understand.
I need a convincing reaction that the left shoulder buyers were actually buying there and defending it, and I didn't see that. So on the 15-minute, it is not a valid quasi to me, right? So that means that I have to downgrade the value of this reversal, because the time frame tells me what value to have. If it's visible, if a valid quasi is visible on the 15, that's confluence. That gives me that changes the probabilities that this will work. The smaller the time frame is, the less the probability is. If you only see the quasi on the 1 minute, compared to another reversal where you see it on the 1, the 3, the 5, and perhaps even on the 15-minute, your probabilities are completely different, right? The more time frame it is visible, one, the more traders are seeing it. So you have that self-fulfilling prophecy kind of effect. And two, obviously, the more on the higher time frame, to create the same pattern, the pattern indicates something in the market. And if the time frame, a bigger time frame, requires a lot more volume to create the pattern, meaning it's a lot more potent. So
that makes sense.
there's more volume after each candle in order to create it. An engulfing on a 15-minute, for example, has a different, requires a different kind of volume in the market, and aggression than a 5-minute. That's the hierarchy of the time frame.
Yeah.
So the same goes for patterns, and the fact that it is not on the 15-minute, that tells me something. And if I go to the 5-minute, there is an area. But now the reaction, the question is, does the market follow that sequence, not the sequence, that script, right? We have the initial quasi, not equal. This is a valid one for me. So you have this would be the high, the low, which would be the left shoulder, the higher, the lower high, and you can see that the aggression that comes in. And then you have the head break of the neckline, and it comes back to the entry order block on the 5-minute. Now the 5-minute, we had a first reaction. You can see it here, right? On the first time we came to the area, right here, you can see, this is not coincidence. That's not coincidence. That big wick right there, that's not coincidence. That's, to me, that's the pattern. That's the influence of the pattern, right? That's an area to the left that the market left that buyers were willing to buy. Once we get there, we have the reaction. But if you look at price action as we got to that area, the initial reaction was good with that big wick, but we didn't get follow through.
No
right?
follow
So-
through. I was about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, no follow through. We got a big wick, but if the the buyers are actually coming in masses, then you'll have, the next candle and the next one and so on would be in the same direction, and it isn't. Actually, you just see that it had no difficulty going down on the second candle after the close of the first one here. So it's basically the third candle. Um, so and now we have a second reaction, and that's okay. Um, uh, the second reaction, we can already see that the pin is less impressive, right? So
Yeah.
the appetite is less. Now that's a weaning appetite or a weaning aggression. That's a sign of weakness. We should be getting more aggressive, not less aggressive, or the buyer should be coming in stronger, not weaker. And so all of that, just by looking at a pattern and interpreting the price action, it gives you a lot of indication already. It's not about the quasi. It's not about entering here blind, because it's not that easy. You have to read price
Waiting for
action.
that reaction.
Exactly. It needs to confirm by the way it behaves when it gets to these relevant structures. And then you can, say, it did signal or not, and I'm willing to go in on someone close the position. I heard in the background.
Yeah, no, I did. No, I was telling you, and that we lost a lot of momentum on the 5 and the 15, and then we opened the new 15-minute candle at 1:45, and we just struggled to push down. I'll share my chart real quick, and then
do so.
I'll give it back to Victor.
No problem.
So, guys, like I was saying to you earlier, I was really wanting to see something happening here. We got this break and close below on the 5-minute. And it looked really nice. And I thought, hey, there we go. There's a bit of a move. So we came down. We just about broke and closed below this zone here. I entered, had a bit of a pullback, and then we started moving on down. We came all the way down. I was wanting to target here initially, but then we came down and literally tapped this area, which is like a 15-minute. I think you call it a base, Rich.
Yeah, it's my base. Yeah.
It is base drop. It is a base, isn't it? It's a base both sides.
It stays a base.
Yeah. So we had this. We had Rich's base here, and then we tapped it perfectly, and the candle just rejected, like it ejected almost. It just went all the way up to an indecisive break-even candle. I was like, oh damn. I went from like $300 to like $20, like real quick. So when we opened a new candle showing this massive rejection candle wick down here, we were wicking about like we are now, and then we pushed down. I got to about $200, and I thought, screw it, that'll do. $195 I ended up closing out at. I thought I closed at 210, but paid $20 and this is what I hate about EU is the commissions are a little bit more. It's like, I think it's a $4 round lot. So, I pay a little bit more because I got to have more lot size to have that momentum. Whereas gold, I can put half. Yeah. So whereas I can have half a lot in gold and get the same return, if not a little bit more. So paid $20 in commissions, $195 banked, $175 total net profit. So it wasn't much, but it was enough. My market experience kicked in, my discretionary trading kicked in, and I decided to cut the trade where I did. So that's why you were hearing it. Otherwise, I was gonna wait until we had a full TP. But
silent.
The way we were moving, I thought, oh no, this isn't gonna go the way I want it to go. I don't think. And look, it may do, but my discretion kicked in, and I suited to my plan. I stuck to my plan. And then so I've taken out. So we're up $315 above 98k anyway. So we're getting closer to break even, guys. I think most of my moves are going to be coming through gold when we get the move. We've wicked under gold now, so I'm just not going to trade gold for the rest of the day. I'm going to head off in about 10 minutes time. So EU treated me okay. GU I missed the GU entry on the 5-minute. I wanted to be entering in here, but I would have done the same anyway as GU and EU. I just would have probably doubled my profits, but I still would have cut it. So
okay.
Yeah.
Do you trade if both pairs signal to you or set up? Do you trade both of them?
Yeah, EU and GU I trade both. So EU and GU
time?
are my flagship pairs.
At the same time?
Yeah. I'm one of those traders that aren't afraid to trade EU and GU at the same time. I know a lot of people say to me, what's the correlation? Why not just choose a currency pair, like choose EU or GU? Like I'm not afraid. I'll choose the both of them.
Yeah, me too. I don't mind.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Yeah, good man.
I've done. I've compared yes, they will. It depends on also because of my tie stops. I don't care if I have if I'm catching the same stop. But the thing is, they don't signal at the same time. They never do, at least with me.
Mhm.
So I'm already in one on one side, and when the other one, if it does happen, and it to me, it's just another chance in getting in on my strategy, and it's not the same trade, even though if the dollar is moving, obviously both of them will move in the same direction, but they will use different patterns and they will react to the patterns differently. And so to me, it's just another chance, and I would happily take it the same
Yeah,
way.
yeah,
I would.
exactly.
I wanna switch back, if that's okay with you,
Yeah,
Will,
of course. Yeah,
to
sorry.
gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Victor, it's all
By
yours,
the
mate.
way, your exit was beautiful. Let me put that back on. That lower wick exit is lovely. I like that. I
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, that was a sniper exit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a skilled exit right there. All
yeah.
right, so I'm gonna switch back to mine on. There we go. We have the price action tells us that the reversal is getting weaker as we speak. Right? We talked about it. The this area, this whole shaded here area, is the H4. The what lighter shaded is there indicated as the H1. It is at the edge of both time frames, and both of them are within the daily, which we don't see here. Maybe I should zoom out. Um, right, so you have this is the upper border, the lower border of that H4. That is the daily. So it is on the edge of the daily structure. And my question is the is gold, right, telling us that it wants to move in, it wants to reverse. That's all that matters to me. Is it following the script of not all the time, but very often it uses, which is these quasis. And what I see is that it didn't respect that 5 minute entry order block. So to me, that's gone. The 1 minute as well didn't respect. See how it closes below. So it's not following the quasi. That's a sign to me. It's not reacting as it should to the relevant structures, at least to me, relevant structures. And if I go to the even the 5 minute after, even if sometimes it invalidates but still reacts later, it's not having follow through as well. We have still 1 minute and 22 minutes, but we'll see. For example, does it close above the open of the previous candle, and would be closing above the high of the previous candle? That would indicate a much stronger aggression. And it's so far it's not doing that. We'll still have 1 minute. A lot can happen in that 1 minute, and yes, it did. It seems to have taken some liquidity from that swing point, but there's no follow through. So as long as that is still going to be the case, it's going to probably have a weaker pushback, and then eventually drop, if not directly.
All through. Yeah.
That's at least that's what it's telling us. We want to see aggression. We want to see buyers really coming in convincingly, creating bullish order blocks and coming back to retest them. So something like a big candle, um, right here, creating the order block, and then coming back to retest it and move out. If you can see that, that's the bullish order flow you want to be seeing expressed in the candles. So far, it's just following weakness after weakness. So it looks like it's going to break and continue lower.
I do like what you just said there now about create the order block and then come and retest it and then continue. But if you don't see it, you're not interested. And I like that You were talking about GU and EU the correlation, and do you trade both at the same time? And you said for you, normally they don't always. If it happens on GU as an example, it's not necessarily happening at the same time on EU. Today, for me, EU and GU had an entry point exactly at the same time, and it's also not something that happens often. But when it happens, it's generally I generally take both of them because the strategy that I'm trading works across multiple pairs, and at least it works across the pairs that I've tested it on. Let's rather say that. So I like the fact that you say that if it didn't react the way that you wanted it, you're not interested in it now. You'll wait. So, but if it does happen, you'll take it. Like you'll jump in with confidence, and you'll trade your plan. And I like that.
Yeah, what I've noticed is that this is something that happens very often, right? If this is only if both of them, let's say the upper one is EU or GU, and the lower one is the other one. One thing is typically, not always, but my entries are going to be when we come back to react to something to the left within the pattern on both pairs, and these entries typically do not come at the same time. That's one thing, at least for me. Very rarely. One thing is they don't even set up at the same time, right? Some set up today, and I mean at the early morning, and EU will not. GU will, EU will not, or they will have like an hour apart. But even when the setup is at the same time, they're showing, you can see it. They're both basically forming the head at the same time. Even then, the entries, because I'm very, very, very selective with the entries and with my confirmations, they're very, rarely I have them very close to each other. So basically, what I'm trying to do with these quasis by trading it on two different pairs, that I'm trying to either it's a GU or EU move, or it is a dollar move. And if it is a dollar move, they will be then have signals that are close to each other. Close could be, an hour after each other. And if I miss it on one, and even if they're 50 minutes apart, which is not likely, because of the low win rate and, relatively very high risk reward ratio, I'm actually I just have another attempt at catching the move, the dollar move in this case. And I think it suits me. I've compared them, how it affects my drawdown, my equity curve. If I trade both of them, does it still offer enough? Does it hamper me? Because if you're just taking two trades, which are two pairs that are very, very correlated, we know this, you have the risk of just taking double. It's almost like double taking two times the size. It only makes your your losses bigger. And what I've seen is that that's not the case when I do that. And I think that's why Will doesn't mind that as well, because the way we trade, it doesn't double our risk. Even though these pairs are highly correlated, somehow the intricacies of our strategies will not allow that. So I find it perfectly fine to do so. So there are many of these beliefs or common sense ideas that they make sense, and they have a truth to them, but we all have to test them out. We have to experiment with it and see if it actually is true for our case, for our plan, for our execution. And it may be the case that it's not. There's no reason not to do it. If the data doesn't support it, then I won't do it, even though it sounds logical. I'm not gonna just you know uh these are, I don't want to say myths, because it's real. Correlated pairs will have correlated results, but test how much the correlation is. Maybe it's not that much. In my case, it's not.
Yeah, if in doubt, test it out. If you're ever curious on something, if you're ever like wondering what's the correlation rate, just test it. Test the pair with the same strategy and see how it does. Anyway, on that one, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle because I'm absolutely starving. So I'm gonna go out and have some food.
Proteins. Proteins. That's
Yeah, I'm
what
gonna
you're
go have some
thinking now.
proteins before I hit the gym later. So I
Yeah,
just want to say as well,
I'm
guys, there's
like
over.
drop this off now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So, guys, there's plenty of you watching now, which is absolutely cool. Gold looks like it's absolutely plummeting. It's certainly getting there. It is selling off.
Yeah.
So gold sell off now. Let's see if we can continue that sell off. Shame that I missed it. Shame gold didn't want to move how I wanted it to. I banked a little bit on GU. On EU, which is nice, but it is what it is. Pretty much a flat day for me. I'm gonna head off the markets now. I'm done for the day. I'm just going to go chill, have some lunch, and then get ready for the gym. Guys, like I said, over 200 of you watching right now. So can we give a massive thumbs up and support Victor in the last hour now? So guys, give us a big thumbs up if you like the video. And we shall. Some of the things that have been said today in chat that we are going to choose to ignore. But all I will say is I will leave you with nothing but greatness, guys. It is very difficult to come on and stream every single day and keep entertaining and make sure we're finding setups and trades for you guys, as well as sticking to our own plan and strategy. So therefore, we're not going to talk about things that some of you may all like. Some may not like what we talk about. Some may love what we talk about. But guys, positive vibes only. This is the only vibes that we accept in the 5ers and in every other community you should venture into. Negativity says more about yourselves than it does of us as traders. We're thick-skinned. We've got great mindsets. That's why we're profitable traders, and that's why we're here. You're not bothering us, but you are going to bother your internal psychology. So, guys, please be kind to each other. Please be kind to everyone else, and be the change that you want to see. If you want to have positivity in your life, if you want to be a profitable trader, you got to have the psychology for it as well. Success starts up here before it heads to the bank account. And guys, just for one of you who did say that I'm chasing a Lambo, if I wanted a Lambo, I'd buy a Lambo. I don't like the Lambo. I don't want a Lambo, and just not in my interest. McLaren, however, now that I would look at. Guys, thank you very much for joining. Positive vibes only, and guys, support Victor. Everybody, give us a big fat like, and we're getting closer and closer to the 100k mark. 100k challenge by the end of the year. I reckon we can do it, guys. So make sure you give us a thumbs up and make sure you subscribe if you are new here. And Victor, I shall love you and leave you, mate, and I shall see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Will. Have a great one. Enjoy your rest of your day.
Cheers, Will. The Lambo's also a bit of an inside joke, talking about chasing Lambo. So you don't always have to take us that seriously about everything that we talk about. We do like to have a lot of fun, and I think sometimes we get a bit carried away with having fun on stream. So can't really add much to that. Victor, I'm also going to love and leave you. It was a pleasure, as always, to spend this a little bit of time on screen with you. I don't like idolize people, let's put it like that, but I highly respect your trading ability and your wisdom. So I feel very fortunate to have been able to share just a little bit of your time with you.
You make me blush, Richard. Thank you for your kind words. I beg your pardon?
I'm saying not that we would ever know.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here and staying longer. So I appreciate that. And I'm sure the viewers as well.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll see everybody tomorrow again. And like Will said, we'll leave you in the capable hands of Victor. I'm gonna just sit in the background, just listen a little bit more because there's quite a bit to learn. So all right, guys. Have a great day. Cheers.
Bye. All right. Let's indeed. Let me zoom out a little bit. Let me know in the chat if you guys want to look at a specific pair or anything specific. There we go. Right. So, yes, indeed. Thank you very much for that comment. Yes, I think it's important to there. At least that's what I do when reading price action. I ask myself, what is the market trying to do, right? And what are the more screen time you have, the more tools, the more signs, the more cues, signals you will get from the market, for to build a narrative. It's all about the narrative. What does it want to do? What does it intend to do? And even though it may not go and actually do it all the time, as long as it's following the path, the sequence, you can have confidence that it's still have that intention, it still have that direction. And that's how I read price action, just by reading almost constantly what the market is trying to tell us, right? Where are the buyers coming in, or where are the sellers coming in? Are they defending certain areas, levels, swing point structures, the same way compared to the last time, or uh, or are they failing at it? And that tells us something about the ever changing tug of war between the sellers and the buyers. And the better you're at reading this narrative from the market, basically the better trader you are, because you will be kept yourself out of danger. You'll be able to cut a trade before it actually goes to stop loss, because you understood that something has changed in the market. Or you can get in with more confidence, because the probabilities are now in your favor when certain sequence of events or certain things happen, that indicate, let's say, a higher buying pressure, right? Even though it's still probability, there's no guarantees, but you do understand that when this happens, you have probabilities are above whatever you measured. Let's say a 1 to 3 risk reward ratio with above 50%, which is quite profitable. Above 50% chance of hitting TP, because you have the stats and you backed it up, and the market is giving you all those signs to interpret it with probabilities that are backed up by your stats. All right, so let's go back to top down analysis. Someone wants to take a look at euro yen. So let's put that in the chart, in the list, right? There we go. I'll mark it. And what else? Titan Fitness has a question. Do you pay attention to live news updates, like there being an announcement today saying Trump and China have met a good deal so far? I do not. I'll be honest with you. I do not watch the narrative of the news. I do not. So the content, the tone, and my expectation about the news, I do not look at. And that's a conscious choice. And I know I'm leaving money on the table, because um, if you have an idea what is likely to happen in the events and what the reaction will be, there's obviously edge there that can be caught. But what I so far, I've been getting better at it. But while I was doing my system, at a certain point, I made a decision not to include the fundamental part of things into my system. And so far, I have not changed on that point. I might in the future, but I've kept, if something is not broken, if I'm consistently profitable without including that, I know I can perhaps increase my profitability. But if something is not broken, why fix it? So I do not look at the content, the tone, or my expectation or opinions about the news. What I do is I do know about high impact news, as everyone should, right? Because um, the market can have certain reaction, and I want to know if the market is if NFP is going in 1 hour, that might be something, not might not, that is something I need to know before I get into the market. Or 15 minutes before the news hit, if I'm already in the market and the market is still hovering around my stop loss, that's a risk, right? That's a risk I'm not willing to take. So I do look at the news at the beginning of my trading day, and I'm very aware the time of the high packed in news, but I'm not worrying what the direction. I don't have an expectation about the direction, the content, or the reaction of the market from these high impact news event. I hope that answers your question, Titan Fitness. Thank you for coming into our stream today. Don't forget, guys, to hit the like button, subscribe to our channel. We have a 100K subscribers goal by the end of this week, this month, not this week, this year, not this month either, but this year. So be part of the be part of history, and join us while we do so. All right, so we have your cat as well. I don't think I have your cat on my screen, so I'll add it. And let's take a look at that pair as well. So there we go. And let's see if we have anything else. Gold. Sure, we have gold. We typically look at gold very often, so we'll do that shortly. Perfect. All right. You're shocked. Okay. Thank you for your opinion. Yeah, well, actually, gold is a specific one, but there was a, I don't know if I should tell. I have done that as well. I have seen, on multiple occasions, how, in conflicts and when I know that something militarily is going to happen, and I can position myself using technical analysis and just waiting for the news to come out, something that everyone is that's going to happen, is likely to happen, and I can position myself. And actually, it's been very, very profitable doing so. I don't do it very frequently because it's something incidental kind of a playbook. But that's not my typical. My main system is doesn't use the input of the content of the fundamental news. But thank you for your. I like the conversation, Titan Fitness, 4059. Yeah, I don't. You know, I like to keep it simple, and that's one of the reasons that I don't use it. Less moving parts, less things can go wrong. Better results, or better consistency in my case. Let me go to gold, because that's one of the pairs we're going to be looking at today. It is breaking the daily order block, as we were talking about the H4, the H1 as well, in about 46 minutes. It failed to break it before the close of the hour, right? It did have a little buying. See that little wick? Just a little push before the end. But you can see clearly as it was closed, see the reaction. Actually, you can pinpoint it. See, this is the kind of typical reaction you will see. Is there one? Well, actually, it's not that visible, but you have this buying power in the last couple of minutes before the close, and then after the close of the candle, a reaction. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but look for it at the end of each candle. If it's an H4, H1, less so, but H4, and especially as well on the daily, you can see the market reacting, and as if it's waiting for the candle to close. Once it closes, it changes behavior and continues or reverses depending on the direction and the setup. But you can clearly see that something happens in behind the scenes, so to speak, with the close, right? The close is important to either confirm something or to trap traders into thinking something. All right, so on the gold, so let's do the top-down analysis as we did. We have three pairs that we're going to be covering. So dollar, euro dollar, euro CAD, actually four, euro yen, and gold. So on the on gold, what we can spot here is that obviously the market structure on the monthly time frame very bullish, even though the how the current candle looks, it signifies, right? Look at that, the size in comparison to the rest of the candle of the wick, the size of the candle in comparison to the rest of the the range of the candle. That tells us something about um, what kind of price action likely was at within that candle. Right, this is a it looks normally, depending on how it happens, this would indicate a rejection. However, um, everything needs to be put in the right context. Because we don't have anything to the left, because we don't have a a double top or anything similar to that, or remotely similar to that, um, the rejection or bearishness that creates this wick is negated by the fact that the market structure is still, pointing upwards. The trend is firmly in place. So that's not, it's not a bearish sign, right? Even though in order to create a wick like that, you need sellers to come in, and they have profit taking probably taking place here, and sellers taking their profits, I mean buyers, because see all this upwards movement have been very you know lucrative for whoever bought from previous levels. But in terms of order blocks and quasi, there isn't anything here for us. On the weekly time frame, we have consolidations, and you can see clearly breakouts on each consolidation, and it seems like we've hit the end point of. We still have to wait for this candle to close, but if you can see that on both instances, we did not have, from the breakout until the next consolidation, we did not have a more than one candle bearish, right? If you look at the breakout, just a sequence of very simplistic analysis, but still effective, you cannot see that on the first leg there wasn't any the maximum amount of uh, candles on the pullbacks were just one, right? Here one, and there just one. And if you look at the current breakout, right, you can safely understand that something has changed here, and we're likely either starting a bigger pull down, a pullback, or just a consolidation. We don't know which one yet, because we've been so bullish. There isn't any structure, at least not on this time frame, for us to understand it's really breaking a structure and likely to going much lower, or just having a bigger consolidation as it has been having before, right? We don't know that yet. So we have to still wait for more information to assess that situation, right? So the weekly doesn't give us any information other than that we have, in all, we'll have to wait for this candle to close to be more confident about what it says, because it's still the first day. It doesn't tell us much as a Monday on a weekly candle. But if it closes and if it holds and closes and have follow through, that's going to be indicate that we have ended basically that leg, most likely, right? On it, other than that, it doesn't say anything. On the daily time frame, if we come back, let's take a look. We have a lot of comments. I like that. Let's say, all right. So there's a question here from Punjabi. I like that. We'll come back to that. Perfect. Thank you all for your inputs. I will come to your questions and your comments in the chat shortly after we finish with gold. All right. So on the daily time frame, there isn't any quasis visible. The only thing we can see is that we had a bullish order block, right? And it was quickly broken. And that is something we haven't seen in a long time, right? It's the same thing as we saw on the weekly. it changed. Something changed, right? It's a change of character, you could say, because it's starting to behave differently, breaking bullish structures, and not even coming back to retest bearish ones, right? That's the read, right? That's the read of the market telling us that the sellers are taking over. How big of a sell-off it's going to be is still to be seen, but so far bullish structures again here are not being respected. We still have 6 hours to go, so you'll have to wait for that to close, to materialize, to conclude one thing or the other. But so far, as long as we're looking, if price is holding below that level, it's perceived as a sign of weakness for the market, right? Let's go deeper. If we can look to the, if we look to the left, right, there it was a consolidation here, but in this time frame, on the daily time frame, which is very important, a lot of people base their decisions based on the daily. Whether you go to the higher time frame as a swing trader, or even your intraday trades, your day trades, the daily is quite important as a reference point. And to the left, there isn't anything here. There is a little consolidation there, but it's not very in terms of order blocks, there's nothing there. And the next stop, so if we close below this line, which is the that swing low on this price feed, that is 4004. If we close below there and invalidate that, this daily order block, at least on the daily time frame, I would assume that price is going to move lower, and there isn't anything to stop price all the way to this next structure, right? Or it could create a new structure here, but that we don't have that information yet, right? So something like that, and then push out of it. So far, I'm going to assume that if it closes, I will assume that it's going to go to the next structure. On the daily, on the H4, next there, what we have a beautiful double top. All right, let's clean this up. The H4 we talked about earlier, which sits within that daily order block, is currently being squeezed, and so long the market is below the level. Let me indicate it for you guys. So long as it is below that level, to me, there's nothing to do, right? Only if price comes back before it closes, there's still plenty of time. There's 3 hours and 37 minutes, basically the whole time, the whole period of that H4. So we can still come back, and you would consider that a liquidity sweep by the time it does so, if it indeed comes back. But so long as it is below that level, there's really nothing to do. It's a sign of weakness. It's going to be perceived as weakness, and it's likely just even if it comes back later after the close, to me, it would be just a sell opportunity for continued selling pressure, right? So the close of these candles is quite important, because a lot of the the traders will be reading them as either weakness or strength, depending on where they close. So the daily time frame, we do have as I mentioned, the demand zone, but it's not being respected. At least it's being squeezed. As long as it's down there, there's really nothing to do. On the H4, same thing right here. The H1, which would give me enough reasons to try to look for a long, which is what I was doing earlier, right? Even though the alignment isn't great, because this was the first retest, right? So officially, I consider this this is the first retest, and everything here it does is the second one. And typically, not typically, according to my rules, I wouldn't be trading the second retest. I don't. But if I had to, then I would be looking for a area there for a buy. But you can clearly see that that this order block, this engulfing here that created the order block, is not relevant. Look at the price action. Price had no problem going lower, telling us that this, even though it's still hasn't been invalidated, it's not relevant, right? It's not doing anything to stop price. So basically, the trade is gone as long as it is as soon as it was below this level, it was basically not to be traded. So that's it. And my analysis stops there because I look for alignment, and I don't have anything, right? It's just a break of that structure of the daily, or a squeeze, not a break yet, of the daily, the H4 and the H1. And until we have more information, I'm just going to assume that this H4 is eventually going to be broken, and we might come back for a switched kind of reaction, where you have a demand zone being invalidated, it becomes a supply zone, and you have the presumably the continuation afterwards, right? We'll have to see how things go, right? It can still change and have different reactions. So let's take a look at we are every on every weekday, actually from Monday to Thursday, we're streaming, we're finishing at the same time, right? An hour and a half after the open of New York. That was before the winter time. So we have, I think, 2 weeks of where the times are shifting, but afterwards, after those 2 weeks, it will come back to an hour and a half after New York opens, that we stream. All right, so that's gold. As I said, my expectation is for price to just continue. Probably not. Actually, let's take a look at the daily to have an idea how what the ATR is doing. ATR is at 105, which is quite high, very high. And we already did 122. That gives me that means that on a ATR basis, we're quite extended, which brings me to expect another thing. So we could see a pullback, not a pullback, but a reaction of this break, that level, as a mean reversion. If it does so before the end of this candle, that daily candle, you can have a little, but it's on the daily time frame. We can have a push from that idea, from that price action, I should say. Once traders start seeing that the market is not invalidating this low, but actually getting traction, you can then see a buyers coming back in, because price actions is indicating a possible trend continuation. It looks to just a possibility. So we have to actually, let's put a timer. Let's put a an alert for this level, right? Let me mark it here. Can we put an alert on this? Yeah, here we go. Once per bar, once per minute. All right, so when price comes back, we can take a look at it and start reading price action. Well, actually, already reached it. That was quick. So if price comes back, since we're quite extended, even though long term, I still think this is, the continuation on the daily is still true, as long as the market keeps below that blue line and actually closes there on. Let me put this like so, right? So D1 close lower than this level, right? So 4,406 at this price feed. Right, if the daily closes below this level, below that blue line, my expectation would be that price will continue to go there in the coming days. Right, might take the rest of the week, might take even longer, but eventually it's more likely to go in that direction than breaking higher. That's one thing. But on the flip side, if it is unable to, if it closes above, right? So if the daily time frame closes above the same level, we could see price. We'll have to break it, have top-down analysis, alignment, and all of that. We can understand that the market has a chance of a pop, at least a pop. Right? That's the, if if this happens, then I'll do that, right? Basically, so we'll have to see at the end of the day how that closes, and tomorrow perhaps that could be something that we can use as a bias for tomorrow's day trade or Wednesday day trade, or depending on how the close is, we can expect price to do one thing or the other, right? Letting the market indicate. It's not us trying to impose our expectation. Gold is going to go down, we're going to go up. No, we let the market tell us by the way it behaves, by the way it closes, by the candlestick combination it creates and prints. It tells us one thing is more likely to happen than the other. Okay, so still, as long as it's below that level, I'm going to perceive that as to be a weakness, and we're going to see how it reacts. See that see that blue line, right? So I'm going to actually, I'm going to change this to once per bar close. Let's put this per close. Okay. So I'm going to leave that on the 15 minutes so it doesn't see that 15, that blue line, how market breaks it. Actually, first time around, it just squeezes it, reacts, come back, and then breaks it, and now it flips. So here it was a support, and it flips over, becomes a resistance. At least in this time frame, anything can happen. It can still, push higher from that order block, or just continue going through it, and that will tell you as well whether the market wants to continue lower or not. All right, so that's gold. Let me check if there's any question about that. All right. Perfect. All right, so let's take a look at EU. But first, we'll have a look at euro dollar. Actually, I think I saved them in here. I'll put them somewhere in here, and your cat it was, right? Let's take a look and break them down. All Stars asking, will it be back at 4,100 by Wednesday? I would, if I have a trading decision that I need to know the answer of this question, what I would do is I would let it put the market to the test. For example, if you're looking at by Wednesday, and 100 and 410 would be this level, right? So you're asking, will it be above this level by Wednesday? That would be a perfect question to be answered by how today close will be, right? If it closes below, I would assume that the probabilities of it reaching it by Wednesday aren't as great. And if it closes above, I would say they are reasonable, right? If it closes by the end of today above the level, right, this 4,004.06, and the higher it closes, the better, then I would say it's reasonable that it's going to reach, because that's exactly the kind of signals that the market gives us by breaking or respecting the order block. Even though this is a weak order block, I understand the engulfing isn't as obvious. It's not even visible on all price feeds. But at least on the 3 that I checked, on 2 it was visible. So that tells us something. It is visible for more people. It's likely to have an impact if the market is likely to be seen as a signal for others as well. You want that to happen. So the best answer I can give you is, let's wait for the close of today's candle, and come back to borrow, and we'll continue that conversation. But if it is above, I would say your probabilities are much, much better. All right, let's go to your CAD. Let's take a look at the higher time frames. Do we have structures here? I haven't looked at this pair in a long time, as you can see. Let's take a look. We have the monthly here. What else? We have to the left, we have a high swing point. Right. What else do we have? We do have to the left more levels. Let me mark them. Just the bigger ones. That swing point, that's the swing point of this move and from that move, right? It doesn't go, that's way too much in the past. So actually, let me take a look at all right. So all right, that's the only one I see. So we're reaching an entry order block on the monthly, and yeah, it's quite wide, but it's still something I would want to have on my chart. Okay, so we do have a reversal pattern that we're getting into, a quasi, which has a defined area, an entry order block short. We're on the monthly time frame, we're getting in that area, and we'll have to see. We'll leave it there, and maybe in the future we can take a look at how the market reacts as it is in here, or as it is interacting with the upper border of that entry order block on the bearish quasi. So far, we left a fresh order block on the monthly. We haven't come back to. Actually, we did. We did have a retest of it, an immediate retest. We could have a first retest after that immediate one, but we'll have to see in the future. Nothing really else happening here. And the weekly, the market is in bullish order flow. There is a very nice reaction here. You can see it from the bottom. All of that already happened, not very relevant to us. You start from the current price action and move back, and you can see how the market reacts to these levels and these structures. So powerful when it does. It comes back and moves out. You're still in a bullish order flow when the market is creating bullish order blocks and respecting them. And that's what we're seeing here. So far, nothing here for us to do. This trade already happened. So do we have a break of structure? And we don't. Right? These are gone already. So what I have here is right? So here, this is a good example. Quasi, yes, indeed. Take a look at this. Look at this. We have a quasi right here, right? The established uptrend takes the neckline, and this is the reason why you don't want to be trading without signaling. Look at this. It does not respect the quasi, right? It does not, the pattern, it doesn't react to the relevant structure. The relevant structure in here was this. That was the relevant structure. Can we say that the market respected that level or that structure, that area? Not at all. It had no problem. It's actually on the daily. It had no problem closing above it, which is a clear indication that that's not, market is not reacting to the pattern. So it's no good, right? So that's the importance of having the structure and the pattern, but also the market reacting the proper way to it. Right. So currently we have these as structure, but this is already, let's see, it's still fresh. And this is the next area right there. And we do have a beautiful, on each side, beautiful daily structures, which actually, this is the last one, right? That's why we come back and reverse from. So we go from one level to the next, right? That's what creates the order block. It comes back to move presumably in that direction, right? So that's the narrative. We've been talking about that, right? That's, we understand it may not happen the exact same way in the future, but that's what we understand, that those are the supply and demand structures where the market typically bounces off in between until it breaks on one side or the other. And either that could be a breakout or continuation of the trend, as it is in this case, or a reversal of the current trend, right? So if it starts breaking that, the changing the sequence and start breaking the bearish structure, you can then start assuming or looking for that reversal pattern. But it's not happening, right? So it's still following, making higher highs, respecting the demand zone into the bearish structures we have above. Okay, so that tells us that my expectation for the daily is that we're going to be reaching that level, at least that level, presumably containing the trend, but the next step is just reaching that level. On H4, what do we see? There was a beautiful quasi in here as it reversed, but that's obviously already happened. And the structural break of the bearish structural break, right, of the quasi is right here, meaning that's the quasi, in my opinion, on this time frame, meaning it did not break structure, right? It did not break it. That means that there is no reversal. The market is not positioning itself for a reversal, right? If it's not positioning itself for a reversal, then we shouldn't be looking for the reversal. That tells me that the likelihood that the market will continue is higher. And it goes with the daily expectation of it at least reaching this daily order block. But actually, the whole pattern tells us that the likelihood of it continuing is actually not bad at all. So the fact that it's incapable of forming the quasi tells us something. And there isn't anything here on the lower time frame. If I were to trade this, I would want to be going long from fresh structures, as we don't have anything on the quasi. So I would be looking for longs from this area, or anything that is created, that has been created. Let's see. In the meantime, all right. So it already happened. So it's this is, you see how the reversals are formed. That's the head. And in my case, I would consider this as one left shoulder, and or that one as the left shoulder, whichever, depending on your definition. It doesn't change the validity of, so you can either here or either one. It doesn't really change the structure. That would be the H1. I don't trade H1 quasis only. I use them with H4, and on the H4 there wasn't anything, but you can see how the same patterns is created on all pairs, regardless of, let me move this arrow away. You can see how it's created on all pairs. Well, actually not H4, but H1. This is the second one. Didn't reach it, but it did reach this one, which is, this is the only one. There we go. Actually, it broke the level, so it wasn't a picture. Actually, let me see here. There. That's the that's the entry order block, and it did use it. See those little nuance that I just did? Understanding there's overlap in the entry order block. It took me some time to learn that by myself, but that's how I mark them, and that's quite um, powerful when you backtest that. So it used the first one, and my initial target, it would be just this. And because of everything that I just talked about, the daily expectation going for the next order block, the H4 on the higher time frame, I would just target this, right? So I would have been interested in going long from this structure to the whole actually to the whole to the order block, and putting your stop just below that order block. That would be my idea, and keep trying that, even if it doesn't react to the first one, uh, but it still has to signal, right? So you don't get in just because it reached it. Its signal sometimes is still not sometimes, a lot of the time it still fails after a signal, but the signal will filter out a lot of bad trades, or it will keep your win rate still in a profitable zone. Let me put it that way. So, but that's already gone. So there isn't really a lot to do, other than maybe if price comes back. But it seems like it's already gone. I don't see anything here to go short, to be fair. But I could see myself, in that continuation as in the same direction as the pattern. See, this is the reversal pattern. That's the quasi. Takes the net and comes back and moves out, right? Presumably to at least this level. But in here, in my opinion, you're too late, right? So if you wanted to get in, it would have been, this is the structure to go long, or you could catch the move as it comes back into a demand zone. But a lot of time, once it gets in, once it's triggered, it starts being impulsive, and it does not very often come back to any structure. It doesn't need to. It just continues impulsively to the target. Right, that's Eurocad. Checking the chat. We have in about an hour or so, we're going to have a Discord stream. So you're all invited. Yes, you are. It's free. The only thing you have to do is have a we have a target here from the 29th of July. That's the time stamp on our YouTube channel. This is the target that we had. You can look back on the stream of that day where I indicated that is likely to happen in the next couple of, let's see, it probably is based on the weekly. Yeah, it is based on the weekly, based on this. Let me double check this. I'll have to check what time frame I had this macro projection. I think it is the weekly. Let me double check if it is. So that's 480 from this level. Right, so that would be 17985, and this is that's earlier. Okay, so that's not the same. So I'll have to double check. I didn't write what oh, perhaps it was from, well, I don't know. We'll see it. I'll check it in the background. But in any case, on the stream, perhaps I should look back at the stream and see how I project it, if it's based on the daily, the weekly, or the monthly. But it's going to be interesting. Maybe I can check that, how I got to that projection. All right. So on the Europe yen, we have a monthly structure. Oh, maybe it was this. Let me double check this. So it's No, it's not. Okay, no, it must be something else. On the higher time frames, we left very clearly. This is the importance of understanding where these monthly structures are. You know, some people come in our stream and they ask me, why am I looking at the monthly if I'm a day trader? If I'm, not really, but most of the time I'm just a day trader. Sometimes I swing, but the majority of my trades are not swing trades. And the one of the reason is that you want to know what's happening on the higher time frame, because the reaction that you get from these moves, they're not the fact, this move, this impulsive move, and it may have, this impulsive move you see right here, right there, comes back, retests, and moves out. That move is not is you know it's because of the monthly time frame structure we have here, right? Right here. When you have a either demand or supply that gets broken, you have a breakout, and there's no way for you to for us to see that unless you have it marked. And it breaks out, you have a proper impulsive explosive breakout, right? And that was the weekend gap we had, comes back to retest and then continues. Then you can understand, where are the areas of the broken structures, right? On multiple time frame that gets retested and continues in the opposite direction. And there's no way to have this on, to have this, to see it coming from afar, unless you have the monthly, the weekly, and all those higher time frames structure indicated on your chart. So we have a break of a reversal pattern. Clearly, I can see that there was a quasi in the weekly there, and it broke the monthly as well. So let's see. So we have a take out of it took out this previous high. All right. So on the weekly time frame, we had a beautiful this is the order block, comes back to retest it on the following structure, and then moves out. Beautiful, right? But that doesn't help us anymore since it's already gone. Just left left another order block, which hasn't retested since it, since then. On the daily time frame, there isn't a lot, I must say. There is a bearish structure here, but it's not fresh anymore, right? So that's no good. And even though I haven't seen, oh, maybe it is this one. Well, that couldn't be. No, that couldn't be. I understand already. So it must be there. No, not even. In here. Oh, I see. All right. So this is the projection. Yeah, understand. All right. So this candlestick combination is what projected. This is the first one. It makes sense. This is the first, that outside bar, that bullish outside bar is the first one that indicated, it was the first one that was created on the weekly time frame within that monthly bearish structure. And that is the basis, quite positive. Let me double check. 279. So that is going to be 560, basically 560, and that is what gives me. There we go. That's the level. Yeah, I now understand my projection. It's based on that two order blocks. That order block based on the open, the outside bar, and that gives me. I know from my stats that it's quite likely to reach this area before it invalidates the order block that was created here, right? So it's this order block, that one, right? So but it's always that's something easy to say now, but once it was done, when it was closed, you can have that edge, you can exploit that edge, but it's already gone, obviously. So I have a based on the I don't know, I based on the stats, it's at least going to reach this level, right? But that's something for swing trades, so not necessarily today or even this week, although it looks like it's going to hit it quite quickly. On the daily time frame, there isn't here anything to do, to be fair, and I can't see if there was a reversal here, a tradable reversal. No, there wasn't. There was a reversal, but it wasn't tradable. So you have bearish structures, but I wouldn't trade them when we have a quasi that has signaled. Excuse me. So I wouldn't trade the quasi. Let's say on the higher time frame. Let's say you have a higher time frame. You have a quasi. Let's say this is the weekly or the daily or whatever, right? You have a reversal, something like this, and the market reacted already to some structures. Imagine it reacted. This is the neckline. This would be the left shoulder and the head. You get the drill, the break of the neckline, and it comes back to some structure that makes sense, and it reacts favorably. Once it is in this, the TP would be this, right? This is the textbook example of how I trade. The once it is typically, not always, but very often, once it reacts and starts getting follow through. Oh, sorry about that. Once it reacts and we have follow through, right? Let me close something here. Okay. All right. So once we have follow through, right? So something like this, it comes back, starts reacting and respecting the same structure it creates. The fresh ones has that bullish order flow. When it is in this sequence of creating, reacting, or sometimes not even mitigating, just being impulsive, the bearish structures on the lower time frame. So if let's say this is on the monthly or not a monthly, the weekly or the daily, all the bearish structures on the lower time frame could be on H4, right? For example, all of these are not going to be respected. You may have a reaction, but they're not going to be respected because the market, something bigger on a bigger scale, on a bigger time frame, is impulsive, right? And understanding that the market on a higher time frame is in an impulsive order flow tells you, or should tell you, that you should not be trading these bearish structures. Otherwise, the structures otherwise would be just perfect to trade on a day trade, right? To take shorts from them. But understanding that there is something on a bigger scale happening, a bigger quasi, and you understand that this is, trading against that is a very low probability trade, right? And why am I explaining this? Because right, that's exactly what you see here, right? You have the quasi on the daily, or not a quasi, but the break, the retest, and the continuation, right? You have the weekend gap. I remember that was when the prime minister of Japan was, I think he resigned, or in any case stepped down. You have the break and then the continuation, this is, it may not be a quasi in this instance, but it's a clear understanding that the market is in bullish order flow, right? So going short on the next time frame on an H4, this does not make sense. Even though it's on a high, it can still work, but you don't want to be going against the impulsive move on a higher time frame. That's basically what I'm trying to say, right? It's more likely to just continue and break through it, and reaching for the higher target above us. All right, so we have an H4, H2. There is a little overlap here. H1. There is no quasi. Is there? No, there is no quasi. The neckline is here, so that would not be something, in any case, that I would be trading. Right? Doesn't break neck. Doesn't break. This would be the left shoulder. This will be the head. Hasn't broken it yet, and these haven't been. Actually, the neckline would be all the way down here, so it's been quite bullish. Yes, and not breaking any structure. All of that indicating that it's likely to just continue to going higher. And yes, indeed, quasi is a head and shoulder, but not any type of head and shoulder. It's a specific one where it is not symmetrical. Okay. Okay. By any stretch of the imagination, not only that, but you can have, let's say, this is a head and shoulder, right? But it is not a quasi, right? Because it did not break the neckline, right? So there is a distinction between quasi. This is not a quasi, but it is a head and shoulder where you have the head and the shoulders on each side. Yes. All right. So yeah, this is the H4 order block, and it's not something I want to. It's not something I don't want to. I would want to trade because of just what I mentioned. On the higher time frame, you have impulsive move. It's likely to it's just a matter of time. It's likely to break on its path to that macro target. All right, that's on EUR J, EJ. I mean, and actually that's it. Actually, let me take a look at your dollar before we close our stream. I'll see you guys inside of Discord if you're part of our group. How to be part of it? It's free. The only thing you have to do is join the Discord server in the hub, in your hub account, right? When you have when you have an account with the The5ers, you inside left lower corner you'll find the icon to join our Discord, and in there you'll see on every weekday we'll have these streams where we share our thoughts, we talk about and try to share our process, and try to do our best to help you in any way we can. All right, so we have on the higher time frame, this is the daily bearish structure on the monthly. Hasn't created yet, but is menacing in creating a monthly fresh order block. We'll have to see how that closes. So maybe we got to trade short. If it closes as a bearish engulfing, like so, by the end of the month, not an arrow, by the end of the month, right, like so, then that would be an extra signal, an extra sign of the market that it's likely to have a continued move down for the coming few bars, and that's going to be on the monthly, so in the coming few months. So it's important to see how the market closes to at the end of this month, which is this week. So we have a possible bearish order block being created or engulfing. We do have a sequence of bearish structures on the weekly being created. Nothing on the bullish side. So I understand that this is going to be our next stop. Let me move that back. So this is going to be our next stop. If we break out, let's say we have a long entry or a long signal on the daily, it's likely to be going to that area again, right? So that would be the 1.1703 level to begin with. Other than that, there isn't really a lot to say. On the daily time frame, we have a reversal, and this reversal is actually interesting because you have the monthly at the end of this month possibly joining in signaling a lower prices for EU. But we do have a quasi right here. We are currently at the end of our stream, so I'm gonna keep it short. But we do have a quasi here, break of that neckline that goes all the way down and reacts on the first. There are two order blocks, two entry order blocks short, and it reacts on the first one. So as long as it's following that path, I'm going to assume that it's going to reach that level eventually. Even if it goes to the second one, which makes it a little tricky because now you have higher highs and higher lows. So it's starting an uptrend. As long as it follows that quasi and respecting, not closing above this order block, or would be better closing above the first one, I'm still going to be assuming that the market wants to complete the sequence and going to that target and possibly going to the next level, which is below us. Actually, all the way to, it's not even shown here, but it's all the way to 1.14 more or less. So I understand on the daily time frame, there isn't anything, there are no structures, there are no levels other than this and the TP or the end of the structure, which is right there. I'm gonna move this a little closer so it doesn't obstruct us. So that those are the two reference points, and we're right in the middle, basically in the middle of nowhere. So it doesn't really help us for our day trade. There isn't any structure nearby. And on the H4, there are some order blocks, but they're not fresh. They're not part of a quasi, so we can't really use them. They're there, but not very relevant. We do have a fresh one here, but the market isn't really confirming to wanting to respond from it. Right? We had from the H4 and H1. We did have this reaction, and we are getting actually follow through, so that's nice. So it looks like the market wants to go at least to that level, right? And from there, we'll have to see, if it wants to keep on breaking. If it's still weak, then we can assume it continuing. But if we see reversal pattern from this area, then most likely we're going to be breaking and just continue the trend for higher prices. Meaning, on the H4 there was anything, actually it will be just the next level. Although I don't like that level. I think it's on its path to it. Either it needs to reach this level again, or it needs to create new structures, which is something in the future. So we'll have to wait for it. We can see that there is a weekend gap that it closed already, right? Between the close of Friday and the open, it closed that gap already. That's for those gap traders among you. But so far it looks like it wants to, it's reacting. Let's see on the H1. Yeah, we're seeing follow through movement. We'll have to wait 51 minutes to actually have this close as a bearish engulfing as well. But hey, we'll see that at the end of this hour. Basically, we're in the middle of nowhere, and I'm not very keen on taking any for sure, I'm not going to be taking any swing trades in any direction, any trades. As a day trade, I I was waiting for this level to signal, and it didn't. Right? See, price did not come back to this area for me to get in, and this even though it did correctly react to the order block right here, it did not signal me. So I'm not in this trade. This is the quasi. Okay, so that's the quasi, breaking it and coming back to that order block and then moving, presumably completing the structure right there. I didn't get triggered, but that was what I was waiting for. All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you didn't miss any pairs that you guys requested. I think we went through all of them. Join us in the Discord stream. We have in about 45 minutes. Actually, now it should be much less, 35 minutes to be exact. And where we will be talking everything about trading, everything around trading. So don't miss that out. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to hit and subscribe. Let's get to that 100K and before the end of this year. So take care. Bye bye.